was me all along. Had a million conversations in my head about where it went wrong. And I've got no idea where you've been, who you are, not anymore. All I got is this Polaroid picture of us from June 24th. It's where I kissed you for the first time, laid on your sheets. You gave me your heart and said you trusted with me, but all I did was let you down time and time again. It wasn't my intention, maybe we should have been friends. So, you're someone I used to know, but nobody said it'd be easy. But maybe I should have known. One more drink, just swallow it down. I gotta get you out of my mind. But nobody said it was easy. Maybe I should have known. I've been out till late, shifting beds, trying to kill the image of you. Got a million stupid reasons not to call. It's just that I want to. Do you remember how we pulled the drapes in the basement to get away from the world that we couldn't fit in? And how we used to walk those empty streets at night in the city lights is where I saw you for the last time. Said our goodbyes, sat in the car, you saw the pain in my eyes, but I just couldn't let you down time and time again. It wasn't my intention, maybe we should have been friends. So, you're someone I used to know, but nobody said it'd be easy. But maybe I should have known. One more drink, just swallow it down. I gotta get you out of my mind. But nobody said it was easy. But maybe I should have known. Guitar. So, you're someone I used to know, but nobody said it'd be easy. But maybe I should have known. One more drink, just swallow it down. I gotta get you out of my mind. But nobody said it was easy. But maybe I should have known.
I know my mom taught me that. I figured why we fool around so little, and we keep track of time, being so serious. Idiots thinking it will matter, keep me company downtown before the clock runs out. Sun is shining, but the rain is welcome too. Friends are nearby, don't need another view. Time is not on my mind, but then it's you. Oh, I love it when the love comes around, and then I remember all things must pass. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, no, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, no, not yet, whoa. I'm afraid I'll end up nowhere. They keep saying I'll be fine, but how you know that I'll be there when it feels like I'm lying every time someone asks how it goes, and I save the details that actually mean something. Sun is shining, but the rain is welcome things must pass. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, no, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, no, not yet, whoa. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, no, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, no, not yet, whoa. I'm not gonna wake up. I don't know what you've been through, why you got scars. Since you walked through the door, I've been trying to reach you, cause I feel you. What's the story to tell? What's the story behind the mountain you're trying to climb? Think I've heard it before in a movie line. We can write our own ending this time. I wanna say no, but I cannot lie. I am so curious about your life, but you're a stranger trying to hide. What I see is not, you don't deny. I wanna see the rest of you tonight. Some of you and only one is so real. You spin me around and you make believe. Some of you and I can use my mind. Don't try to tell me how it's done. You haven't done your time. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop. Yeah.
Caution, contents hot. 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 You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. All you got. All you got. All you got. Caution, contents hot. Caution, contents hot. Contents hot. Contents hot. You got to give me all you got.
We're on a journey, looking back on the things that we've taken for granted, but feels like we're learning to be better without what's been holding us back now. Let's move closer to a new history, find out what we can be together. Take my hand and we will conquer the world. This is our final chance. 'Cause one day we'll be looking back at this. We were in a big mess together. But we found a way to choose right from wrong. We found the strength to go on together. To go on together. To go on together. Moonlight and fire, dancing closely together and staying forever young. What about you and I then? Can we two find a way to align with each other? Let's move closer to a new history, find out what we can be together. Take my hand and we will conquer the world. This is our final chance. 'Cause one day we'll be looking back at this. We were in a big mess together. But we found a way to choose right from wrong. We found the strength to go on together. To go on together. To go on together. I promised I would wait for you, but I'm getting so impatient. Tell me that you're ready now. This room is big enough for two, and I wanna do that something, something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Hotter than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to a different looking Clay Pigeon Raceway. I say different looking. It's a bit cooler. It's a lot cloudier. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Rotax Festival 2022. This is where all the action's going to kick off today. I'm your commentator, Alex Downs. I'm going to be here all day, covering all the events that we have here at the circuit. So we just had the Cadet practice. It's a 3-lap practice. So normal practice for a Sunday. And as always, 4 camera angles on the YouTube live stream. We are live streaming this. So if you want to stay in a little bit of a warmer environment, feel free to pop over to YouTube. And all the action will be there for you. And hello everybody watching from home. We have 41 of you already. So whilst Mini-Max practice is underway, we will get through the running order for today. For Sunday. So let's see what we got. So race durations today. Let's tell you what it's going to be. All the graphics overlays as well. So the heats today will be 10 minutes plus a lap, just like yesterday. Some very interesting ending to the heats. And then the finals will be 12 minutes for the B finals, and then 15 minutes plus a lap for the main finals. The heats will continue after the practice sessions, which is optional. Quite a lot of drivers taking a look what it is out there. Like I said, it's a lot cooler this morning, very audibly a lot more cooler. So let's see what we get here at the circuit. It is very cloudy up here, some grey cloud, but we ain't gonna mention it too much. We won't mention it too much today. I'll try not to anyway. So just going through all the practice orders, all the names on the left hand of the screen if you're watching from home. The flyby camera is indoors today, just because it is forecast rain and it's the only camera that isn't waterproof. So, different angle once again. Quite a nice one actually, I don't mind it, this angle. So it is rather cool up here at the circuit. Forecast rain at any point as well, so hopefully it just misses us. But we never know, and it will change the day quite a lot. As long as it avoids the heat, that's what we want it to avoid. If we could just avoid the heat, the rain can avoid the heats, that'd be brilliant. So hello to everybody who's watching at home. We are going to be covering everything here today. Not a lot of breaks compared to yesterday. And feel free, if you are in the YouTube chat, to send all your love and support to any of the drivers here racing in these conditions. This camera is overexposed for the type of stuff. The kart club. Simon Whitty downstairs, our timekeeper today. Those clouds. Oh, rain. Yeah, they are looking like it. They are very much looking like it could be. So as they all come flying on out onto the circuit. So Junior Rotax odd practice, 3 laps. Daniel Tribe was some of the names: William Ree, Ben Foland, Reg Haywood. Obviously, most of the drivers from yesterday, and when I say most, probably going to be all of them. Some interesting races yesterday from the juniors and from most of the classes actually. Honda Cadets especially, that was one to remember, which was pretty awesome. So if you do want to watch back the first heats, they are available on the YouTube channel. Live for you to watch, and it's free. That's what we like about YouTube. It's free. Which reminds me, if you have a big red button below the YouTube video, then please click it if you haven't done so already. We are aiming towards 600 subscribers. We are pushing it as much as possible. And be notified on future events that happen live once a month, or on occasion twice a month, here on the YouTube channel. So check a flag as it gets waved there. Like I said, different camera angle for the flyby, just where the weather is dodgy looking on the forecast. As you can see on this camera angle alone, you can probably see me waving. But yeah, it's not looking great. Not looking great at all. So fingers crossed for the drivers, it will be avoided. So 3-lap practice for all the classes. Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax are both split, and because they're so big grids, that's what we like to see. Had Jack Gorin up here yesterday. He might be coming up here a bit later on as well, quite possibly, so if he does, that'd be quite cool. Thanks for good luck to CHDD drivers Harry and Albie in Honda on your first race at Clay. Wow, first race at Clay. That is pretty awesome. So I was listening to the driver's briefing. So it is a 2-lap warm-up. So the formation, they'll be going around twice. And all the officials wanted here today is just don't weave. So some harsh penalties if they do. But if you don't follow the rules, is what you're going to have to deserve, unfortunately, on that side of things. But thought I'd inform you on that addition to today. So hopefully everybody at home, you are having a great time. And I hope you are prepared for what is going to be today. Because it is going to be action-packed. very action-packed is the word it's going to be. And for those who are re-watching it, or are watching it live, not all the commentary goes through the tannoy. The main event goes through the tannoy, but the little extras come through on the YouTube live stream on its own. Just gets the little bit of something extra for you watching at home. So it's not as so it's a little bit different. Makes it a bit different for those who can't make it, and makes it a bit more interactive for all of you at home too. That's why I love it when you can put your love and comments and all that in the YouTube chat. Really just changes and adds a little bit extra to the channel and a little bit more to give it over the tannoy as well. Lots of people love it. And that is why I do it. A lot of revving of engines behind me. I think you might be able to hear it in the background as well. Fortunately, it is stopped. So those clouds just staying out the way for the minute. Just waiting a few more things to go on through. The microphone picking up the radio downstairs. That's crazy. So onto the Senior Rotax 2 to 43 practice. Jack Goring out there. Patrick O'Meara, Ben Fichetti. Didn't have a good day yesterday, Ben Fichetti, number 22. So hopefully you'll be able to bounce back from yesterday. And I believe here come the water droplets. I wondered what that smudge was. I think it is spitting slightly. So we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on the weather forecast for you all throughout the day. But fingers crossed it stays dry for the competitors. So, what are we going to get from these guys a bit later on? Obviously, we've got the A versus Bs that happened yesterday and C versus Ds. A bit later on, it will be A versus C. You're going to have A versus D at some points as well. So, it will change up throughout the day. So, everyone is racing, a lot of different people. Jack Philpott Racing, good luck to Lucas Howell, Minimax, and good luck to Charlie Cox and the Junior Rotax. Some lovely support there once again. I'm sure it is appreciated by all the drivers. So good old beats in the background, which reminds me, where's my beats? I wonder why it was quiet in my eardrums. So music in the background now, from Epidemic Sound as always. I wonder why it was quite quiet in my eardrums. As they come on flying on through. Different angle for the flyby. I might actually use that one quite a lot often today. The raindrops are starting to come. Not enough for the graphic overlay though. So hopefully this slight bit of rain not going to affect it too much. You can also see the cameras just at the end there. We've still got a lot to go through. Still plenty of time in the day to set some good lap times here. And we'll see what sort of performance we get from the drivers, always seniors. Always a mix of what occurs. So 3 lap practice complete for the 44 to 97s in the senior Rotax. So we'll be already onto our second load of heats, well, second, third and fourth load of heats. It's different for all the classes, A versus Bs. And the ladies and gents down at Scrutineering, getting them through as quickly as they possibly can. So it's just ready waiting for the minute. Waiting for everything to fly through. And then once we are done with the practice, that is when it's gonna properly kick off. And it's the Honda Cadets I'm interested in, especially with their performance yesterday afternoon. It was that close, it was literally near enough on the line. So hopefully we can somewhat cover it on this indoor camera angle as best we can. Can almost see what's going on behind. So out comes the 177s for their practice session, 3 laps once again. And then we can get underway properly with day 2 of the Rotax Festival. As I said, it's not begun yet. So hopefully most of these drivers are rested up ready, or rested up well enough between yesterday and today. Hope they didn't have too much of a late night, unlike myself. Could have rested the voice, but not for me. We've already got one driver somewhat stopped down at the hairpin. But managing to get going again. Hello to all 51 of you now watching. Appreciate everybody who does tune in. And hopefully you will enjoy the action from today. So the last 4 to come through, and then we can get underway. So, let's have a perch on the chair, and then we can properly set up, get ready. And provide you with the content, provide you with the action that will come from Clay Pigeon Raceway, which is still cloudy. But they look great. My own camera makes it look worse than it is. Crikey. Right, so we're nearly there, nearly ready. Those patiently waiting at home, me patiently waiting up here in the commentary box. So, like I was saying earlier, there is a 2 laps to go round. Warm up your tyres, and the no weaving allowed is in there. So, once there is a bit of quiet on the circuit, just want to say a massive thank you to JAG Rotax once again, every year providing us with some amazing prizes. And those prizes will tell you a little bit after the lunch break this afternoon, because that is when we have the finals. So we'll tell you what sort of prizes the finals. We'll tell you what sort of prizes we have after, during the finals, just while they do their 2 lap warm up, or during the race at some point. We'll see how it goes. Depends how hectic these races become and how competitive these drivers are. So just waiting on a few things here at the circuit, and hopefully we'll be able to get underway soon. So, let's get underway with day number 2 of the Rotax Festival, ladies and gents. All the names on the left side of the YouTube live stream. Let's give you the grid order, see who's at the front. So it's Ava Morris on pole with Travis Rose to her left. Behind her is Bella Fairclough, and to Bella's left will be Ethan Griffiths. Using the new features available to me here on the YouTube live stream. But Honda Cadets had a really interesting race on this one, so hopefully we'll be able to get the same again. So it is 2 laps to warm up. As long as you don't weave, you're not going to get in trouble. So let's get prepared for the start of this one. 4 camera angles covering this one up here in commentary. I'm your commentator, Alex Downs. Let's get this one ready to go. Hello Darren and Lou, watching from the sunny Wales. It's cloudy at Clay. He's messaging me. Some lovely chat. Well, apart from Darren. Love you really, mate. Right, let's get ready as they're coming down the main straight. Let's get this one underway. And indeed it is. Not yet. So for the second, we will go back round once more. So, formation once again. Let's get these back around and hopefully we'll go for what is technically the second time. So, going 3 buttons and then we can kick-start the race properly. So, down Main Straight come the Hondas. And we are good to go this time for sure. We've already got one cut in the grass. Straight in and a big tap at the back. And unfortunately, staying there for the moment. Hopefully that driver is okay. There's a big shunt to the rear. But we'll go back to our leaders where it is the number 16. I think that's the E plate as well. Travis Rose and Ethan Griffiths. So coming down the main straight, they come on the different flyby angle. So around into Billy's we go. Through the S's and down the back straight. Unfortunately, that was the WC of Bella Fairclough that was in that incident. Unfortunately, contact warning given to Jake Cozzy in the number 69, down in 12th position. Just on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. So coming down the main straight once more, still close together. It's the E plate that is now leading the way of Rocco Shenton. So through Billy's, down through the S's, And down the back straight we go. All the cadets pretty much staying in a pack as they are for the moment. The number 33 going out a little bit wide, leading another 2 drivers to sneak on through. So down the main straight we come once again. Rocco Shenton leading the way still with Ethan Griff. Yeah, the number 99 Ethan Griffiths, and it's Ava Morris in third with Noah Barham, but that could change as they go around the hairpin and through towards the horseshoe, and it looks like it did change. Number 22 there, number 16 again a little bit wide, letting another couple of drivers through. And we come back around once again for the 4th lap of this race. Rocco Shenton leading the way, Ethan Griffiths and Noah Barham, then Max Endicott, Jarrett Clark in 5th, Travis Rose down in 6th. Through the S as we go. Number 99 now, losing a couple of places once again. Down at the S's it seems to be a common location for the minute. Around the horseshoe, through to buttons. Let's go once more. So down the main straight, it's a very yellow and white look. It's Rocco Shenton and Max Endicott, Jarrett Clark. That's your top 3 for the minute. LB Lapper going up into 18th position on that lap. Kai Clark up into 8th. Oliver Warner down in 9th. Yeah, but it's still the E plate of Rocco Shenton leading from Max Endicott. Fastest lap so far goes to Eva Morris, just set it at 40.38. She's currently down in 9th position at the moment. So the front pack, most of the grid actually close together. So one mistake could lose you a couple of positions. So top bend and down the main straight once again. We're going into lap number 7 now. And it's the 18 that leads away. Max Endicott to Jarrett Clark, Rocco Shenton 3rd. So through the S's, down the back straight once again. The 55 almost pushing his teammate there through in. I'm guessing it. I'm assuming it's a teammate. Going into the horseshoe, the 55 going wide. Allowed one to go through. So top end down the main straight. There's a little bit of gap to first position now. The E-plate through up into 2nd. Jarrett Clark going a bit wide at the horseshoe that previous lap. But here we go again. Another change, losing 3 positions. The E-plate dipping down the order as it's allowed 3 others to shoot on up. Going wide there at the S's when you're that close out there. It just invites another one, and going around the outside there in the mid-pack. The man in blue, unfortunately can't see the number, but he's coming down the main straight next. What was that? I believe that was Charles Kitely. So through the S's we go once again. The 99 making up some more positions at the S's. That's changing at the hairpin though, as he's been forced out wide. And there we go, the E-plate back up into third. Once again, it's constantly changing at the front. So down the main straight we come once again. It's a 55 to the 22 this time. Max Endicott losing 4 positions that lap. And as I said not long ago, when you're that close, it can change a lot. We've been given loads of contact warnings have come through in the recent times. Noah Barham just recently got one. Jarrett Clark's had 2 already. So very competitive between these all for the minute. So top bend, our front 2 pulling away slightly from third. Noah Barham is the one that is in 2nd position at the moment. Rocco Shenton in 3rd. Kai Clark is the fastest at the moment, 40.36. Set it a few laps ago, mind. As they go down the back straight once again. And we are back round 4, halfway through lap 11. So down the main straight, yet again, lap 12 of this heat. This is heat number 2 for the Honda Cadets. Still all good for the top 2 at the moment. Top 5 all looking pretty the same in colours. As we go around the hairpin and up towards the horseshoe next. This heat 2 still with plenty of time to go. Ethan Griffiths down in 6th position. So I believe Ava Morris was behind, but we shall find out shortly. I believe there is no changes to our top 5, but Oliver Warner and Ethan Griffiths have swapped places. Through the S's, down the back straight, the 55 still leading to the 22. And they're going around the hairpin. A lot of these taking slightly different lines to try and pinch at a gap. But still, nothing changes. None of them are budging from their positions. So we're going up into lap 14 now. 32 seconds still left on the clock, which means there is plenty of time. Plenty of time to go, yes, in this race. No, you can't even slide a fingernail in the gap between our front 2 at the moment. As another driver looking for an opportunity in that front pack. And down the inside goes the 18 on the E-plate, Max Endicott. So it's still all changing. A couple of them going quite wide coming out of the top bend. As we go on to the last lap of this race, the final one. So let's see what changes as we go into Billy's. There's a few changes, a lot of them going down the inside before the S's. 2 wide coming out the S's. Ava Morris trying to go down the outside and does do it. Going around the horseshoe, some on the grass. Coming out of the hairpin, the 32 ahead is all squeezy in the mid-pack. But we go to the top bend. And we'll find out who it's going to be. It's going to be a big mix-up in the midfield. But taking the checker flag, it will be the 55 of Jarrett Clark. Rocco Shenton will take 2nd. Max Endicott 3rd. And Noah Barham will take 4th. Kai Clark 5th, Oliver Warner 6th, Ava Morris will take 7th in the end, Ethan Griffiths 8th, Oliver Majewski will take 9th, and then Jake Cozzy, P10. So there we go, that is the Cadets' 2nd heat complete. We'll see them a little bit later on. But for now, we will go to our next lot, which will be the Minimaxes, and we will see what they can do in a few moments' time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get underway for the Minimax Heat number 2. Let's see who's starting where. Scott Marsh will be on pole. As the graphic over changes slightly. Hugh Moulton will be second, with Joshua Graham in third. And to his left will be Thomas Spearing in the number 76. So let's see what we get from the Minimaxes. A total of 27 drivers on circuit. And possibly down to 26. So we're going up towards the top bend now. Let's get ready to begin this heat. So coming down the main straight. And we are good to go. So going into Billy's. Everyone keeping it on the grey stuff through the S's. Too wide in places. How are they all keeping it on the tarmac? Who knows? But who is it in the lead at the moment? And just peeking out the window, it is the O-plate of Scott Marsh. So top bend down the main straight. Let's get ready to proper kick it off. Who is where? So Scott Marsh, Hugh Moulton, Joshua Graham, then Wilf Butler, Lucas Howell in the WC plate in 5th. It's spread out in that top 5, 6, 7 so far. One of them's going slow just before the S's. That's the number 27. William Murta. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Not having a good start there. Hopefully be able to keep going. And by the looks of it, has continued to get going. So down the main straight, we'll go into our second lap of this race. Scott Marsh is still leading the way by 0.21. Wilf Butler, the fastest out there at the moment. His pace in his tyres of 36.32. Got a bit of air in front and behind him from now. So we'll see how fast he will catch up to that top three. Talking to the top three, the 88 of Joshua Graham. Right on the rear of Hugh Moulton. As we go up to the top bend once more. And down the main straight we go. We've already lost another driver. Harris M, unfortunately, with the mechanical flag. Pretty much at the start of the race, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see him a little bit later on for his third heat later today. So the O-plate is still leading the way. The 88 of Joshua Graham now in second position. As we come flying down the main straight. The 51 trying to catch back into that second position. As we're into Billy's. Really picking his lines here as we go through the S's down the back straight. They're side by side at the hairpin. And that is the 51 getting ahead once again of the 88. But it's a switchback. The 88's coming in and it's invited the number 70 into third. That was an easy invitation for Wilf Butler there. Which has mixed those three. So the battle for second continues as we go into lap 5 now. So through the S's, into the back straight we go. Just having a slight kiss with the sausage curb as they come on out. It's too wide through the hairpin. Up towards the horseshoe, still too wide. Wilf Butler will stay in third position though. Hugh Moulton really trying to battle to retain that position he had. Meanwhile, a couple of contact warnings that have gone through, but the first one that I've noticed is Joshua Turnbull down in 12th position. Contact warning there. But back to the battle for second position. Number 88, due to that previous battle on the lap between Wilf and Hugh, has given Joshua Graham a bit of a gap for wiggle room, but with Wilf Butler's pace at the moment, it's already closing up. Meanwhile, behind them, it is the battle for fifth. Ollie Wise, Harrison Whitcomb, and I think Lucas Howell's in that list as well. So around Billy's once again, we're on to lap 7 of heat number 2 for the Minimax. So around the hairpin they go. Still unchanged from those top 3. Well, top 4. And then the 3 behind as well. Again, a few packs coming along behind 5th, 6th and 7th. Sebastian Mins defending off 8th. William Murphy in 8th position. Sebastian Mins down a position as he darts down the inside going into the S's and down the back straight. That was a lot of stuff going there. Meanwhile, we'll go back to the battle for third, and it's changing between the 51 and 70. Hugh Moulton getting ahead of Wilf Butler yet again. Meanwhile, the 77 still ahead of his pack. And a contact warning given to Sebastian Mins as well. Meanwhile, Scott Marsh still leading the way. It's under a second, the gap. Wilf Butler in 4th. And is now trying to pick off Hugh Moulton once again. So down the main straight we go into lap number 10. Devon Nolan losing a couple of places that lap. The midfield changing a fair bit. But for the minute, still unchanged from our top 4. Wilf Butler just hanging on to the rear end of Hugh Moulton for now. Harrison Whitcomb catching up to Wilf Butler as well. Slowly and steadily he does. So he picks that off. Harrison Whitcomb with some pace at the moment, 35.48. That is why he is catching up with Hugh Moulton. Only doing 35.64s. So into the horseshoe once again. Horseshoe, buttons, and then the top bend. Scott Marsh still leading the way by a second. So as we're still flying through this race, Harrison Whitcomb's joined the party for 3rd position, right on the rear of Wilf Butler, who's backed off a little bit to Hugh Moulton. Harrison Whitcomb really trying to stay there. Meanwhile, Wilf Butler trying to get back on to what is now the 66. Harrison Whitcomb, I think, is now ahead of Wilf Butler. So doing his moves at Billy's. I can't see the moves, unfortunately, that happens at Billy's. So down the main straight we go again. This is lap number 14 of this race. We've still got over a minute and a half on the clock, so we can still squeeze out a lot. Harrison Whitcomb is in 4th now in this race. He's going to charge after Hugh Moulton. Wilf Butler's pace has dropped a little bit now as we get into the later stages of this heat. Ollie Weiss in 6th. He's catching up. It's a battle for 3rd, and Hugh Moulton is still in 3rd. So watch out, Hugh Moulton. Harrison Whitcomb's behind you, and he is charging fast. So going into Billy's, and he goes onto the inside line, and he gets through ahead. Harrison Whitcomb choosing a favourite spot so far. He's picked most of the drivers off at Billy's, and he's done it again this time round. Devon Nolan given a contact warning. Wilf Butler trying to go on the inside, now outside, and actually has lost him a position. He's invited Ollie Wise into the mix. And down the main straight we go, and look at Harrison Whitcomb's pace already leaving a gap between where he's just come from even. There we go. So Ollie Wise is in 4th. Hugh Moulton's down again. They're still battling it out there. It is going to allow Harrison Whitcomb to fly off again. Changing between those three, the 51, 55, then 70. So Hugh Moulton hanging on to that 4th. So down the main straight again. And we are on the last lap of this race too. Through the S's down the back straight. It's all mixing up for 4th. The 51 still hanging on to it for now. As we go into the hairpin, the 51 taking a more defensive line into the hairpin. And he does it again at the horseshoe, just sticking tight as he can to not allow anyone past. But coming down the main straight will be your winner. And he started on pole 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the O-play of Scott Marsh. Joshua Graham will take 2nd, Harrison Whitcomb 3rd. Hugh Moulton hangs on to 4th. Ollie Wise 5th. Wilf Butler takes 6th at the end of that one. Lucas Howell 7th. William Murphy 8th. Sebastian Mins 9th. And then Daniel Armour will take 10th. driver there. Just taking his NASA panel, I think that is. And it's a little bit broken. So still plenty of racing to come, and the weather is holding off. Let's give you the grid for this one. So Harry Linden is on pole. With Ollie Stevens to the side. Then Pearson Bullock Carter's behind Harry Linden with Ben Foland to the left. As they go round again, we'll get ready. So, to the top bend we go. And here they come, charging down the main straight. Let's get the A versus C's for the Junior Rotax Heats number 3. We're underway. Around biddies we go. Through into the S. There's a lot of darts down the inside. We've got 2 drivers taking a bumpy grass cut going through the S's. Unfortunately, no room left at the S's for those 2. Going around the horseshoe towards the top bend. Another driver pushed out wide, running out of room on circuit near the back of the field, but there's Harry Linden that leads away the GP plate of Gabe Fairbrother in second, Pearson Bullock Carter third, and Charlie Hart fourth. That could change though, and it is 75 ahead, but it's going almost 3 wide going into the hairpin there. As we go towards the horseshoe, another driver just sneaking around on the outside. This is the number 9, Ollie Stevens. And then towards the top bend we go once more. And the number 7 has a gap already. And that gap is 2 seconds. A 2-second lead this early in the race. That's quite something. Going into the S's down the inside of Dart from the 75, getting ahead of the number 10. And it's still all changing for the battle for second. So the GP plate back up into second position once again. Down the main straight we come. Harry Linden with that 2-second lead. And it's even growing further. The GP plate getting a contact warning through the S as we go down the back straight. Number 10 in 4th. It's not that comfortable. Some drivers looking for the dart for the inside. A couple of drivers have intertwined with each other. 2 cars to 1. And that's the end of their race, unfortunately. They have got going. But by the time they get going, they're already far behind. Bit of a dent in that side pod. That's Arthur Thacker and Holly Miel. So who is second? And I think it is changing. It's the 75, then the GP, then the 74, Alfie Davies. So going over the line now is Harry Linden with almost a 3-second gap. 2.97 is the gap so far. And it's only increasing at the moment. Meanwhile, the battle for second, the 75 GP, then 74, Pearson Bullock Carter. Really charging and trying to keep that second position. It's very close. From second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. From pretty much second to 10th. All sticking with one another for the minute. Chat West on the YouTube live stream saying good luck to the whole of PRP and Charles Green. But back to the action through the S's. The 75 still leading for the second position place. As Harry Linden over 3 seconds with an early lead. And he's comfortable where he is. He's got plenty of air and plenty of clean air is what it specifically is. So does Pearson Bullock Carter though. Coming down the main straight. Yellow flags at Billy's once again. A couple more drivers spinning off. Hopefully going to stay out of the way from our midfield battles that we've been having. Right in the mix now. Down the inside goes the 74 on the GP plate. Caught napping on the outer side of the circuit. There goes Harry Linden. Pearson Bullock Carter second. There goes the change for Alfie Davis and Gabe Fairbrother on the Alpha timing. We go on to lap number 9 with just under 4 minutes 40 on the clock. So at the moment, just staying the same. All the drivers with a little bit of gaps to one another as they aim to charge on through and gain some time towards Harry Linden. It's under 3 seconds now, 2.8 to Pete Pacific. Fast on track, Ollie Stevens, number 9, 34.67. As the second downwards going into the horseshoe as the number 7 comes out of the horseshoe. So top bend down the main straight again. .75 still leading to the 74. Harry Linden though 2.8 seconds still is that gap. He's comfortable where he is. So at the moment it is second and third, charging away from the rest of the field as we go on to lap number 12 of the Junior Rotax Heat 3 A versus C. And in the pits goes one of our back markers. I think that was Arthur Thacker. So over the start finish goes the start to midfield. Still unchanged as we go through the S's and down the back straight again. Charlie Hart in the number 10, having a quick look behind him to see where Ollie Stevens is. He is still very much behind you as we go down once more through just under 2 minutes on this heat. The time is absolutely ticking down and flying down. But still, no changes from our front few. They're just staying as they are for now. So through to the horseshoe we go. Second and third catching now. Alfie Davies with a bit of pace. So over a minute to go. We're coming to the closing stages of Heat 3 for the Junior Rotax A versus C. So around the horseshoe we go for the midfield and a little bit further back as well. But Harry Linden still leading by a fair few seconds at the moment, 2.42. It's been going down very quickly at the end of this race. As both Pearson Bullock Carter and Alfie Davies, like I said, just charging towards him as quick as they can. But there's not going to be enough time left on the clock. 14 seconds left. But we still have that extra lap though. So around we go for the penultimate lap of this race. We're on lap 17 of what will be 18 laps altogether. Through the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. Harry Linden leading by 2.2 seconds. It's closing, but it won't be close enough by the end. So to the top bend we go. And we go on for what will be the last lap. The final lap of Heat 3, A versus C. Through the S's, down the back straight goes Harry Linden in the number 7. The gap has dropped to under 2 seconds. But like I said just previously, it isn't enough. For now, it's changing behind the GP plate. It's trying to stay ahead for that 4th position. We'll keep an eye where he ends up, but coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag for Heat 3, A versus C, it's going to be Harry Linden. Then it's going to be Pearson Bullock Carter. Then Alfie Davies, Gabe Fairbrother will stay with that 4th position. Ollie Stevens 5th, Charlie Hart 6th, Ruben Canohan in 7th, Daniel Sebula in 8th, Charles Green 9th, and Ben Foland will round off your top 10. And that will conclude the Junior Rotax Heat 3. That was A versus C. And if you've just tuned in, you've not missed too much. Or have you? We'll be only going into Heat 4 next with the Junior Rotaxes. This is B versus D. So as we just wait for the drivers to go on in, I'm going to get standing. So hello everybody at home. Hopefully you're all doing pretty well. We've still got a long day to go yet. So get comfy. Still looks cloudy in one direction, but in the other direction, it's quite clear. Like I said, plenty of action still to come. We got the heats for B versus D for the Junior Rotax. That'll be out next. We got the Senior Rotax A versus C. That's heat number 3 in total. Senior Rotax will then be followed by themselves with B versus D. And on the 177s, that'll round out the first set of heats. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Junior Rotax to turn out on circuit for Heat 4. B versus D this time. Let's get you the grid order for this one, which is available on the YouTube live stream at the start of each race. It's quite helpful having 2 rolling up laps. It's Ewan Charman on pole. To his left will be Ethan Jeff Hall. Behind Ewan will be Reese Lomax, and then to his left will be Neo Clark. Noah. Apologies there. B's on the right, D's on the left. So let's get ready for this heat to get underway. All your drivers on the left side of the screen as well for you, if you're watching on the YouTube live stream. Right, let's get ready for this. We've seen already what one half of the Junior Rotax grid can do. Let's see what this half of the Junior Rotax grid can do. So slowly going around the horseshoe. And then we'll soon be ready to get going for Heat 4. So top bend. And they're slowly coming down the main straights. And we're away first time. Let's get this heat underway. Heat 4, B versus D. And who is the? That's going to be out in front. And it is Ethan Jeff Hall out in front at the moment. So around towards the hairpin. 3 drivers in a bit of a spin and a stop. But we'll go back to top bend and we'll get ready to slide this one through. So it's Ethan Jeff Hall, followed by Neo Clark in car 5, Ewan Charman 3rd, Alex Duncan in 4th, Michael Porter 5th, and Reese Lomax 6th. Second downwards is close though. Hairpin. Yellow flag still going there, so no overtaking for the minute. But we can do next lap. Side by side in the midfield. One of the drivers losing a couple of positions there. But coming down the main straight, it's the O plate of Ethan Jeff Hall. Then is now Ewan Charman, then Neo Clark. change the positions during that lap. It's side by side for a few drivers at the S's. There was one in the grass I just saw for a second. What's going on here? So coming down the main straight yet again, we're going on to lap 3. And it's Ethan Jeff Hall leading the way. Over 8 minutes to go. Another retirement possibly down at the hairpin. Number 72 with a spin. Charlie Cox, one of the novices in this one. Come on, Ewan Charman on the YouTube live stream. It wasn't me saying it, it was the YouTube live stream chat. With people saying their support, so if you do want to say your support, it would be mostly appreciated. Everybody here. Contact warning given to Neo Clark, the number 5. So it's the first contact warning of this race. And so far we have lost 3 drivers. We've lost Archie Buttle, Leo Purchase and Josh Camp so far today. So on lap 5, and it's already squeezing for 2 wides in towards the S's. The E-play being squished back a position once again. Reza down into 5th. Or is it 6th? Who knows? Hang on. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on. So many changes as they go through the horseshoe up towards the top bend. The top 3 splitting away from the rest of the pack. This is the battle for 4th. Your top 3 unchanged. So George Donald 4th, Aditya K in the 32 in 5th, and a spin at the S's from the midfield. Not being able to get going, very slow to get going as well, unfortunately for that driver. And that was the number 56 there. That was it. That was standing in 11th at the time. But through we go once again. That camera angle looks dull. As another contact warning has been issued on this race. The number 6, the E-play, Reza down in 11th position. Just tumbling down the order throughout this race. But it is the top 3 that are completely gone away from the rest of the field as we go into lap number 8. So coming down the main straight, your current leaders, the O-play of Ethan Jeff Hall. Ewan Charman still chilling in 2nd, with Alex Duncan not too far behind. They're going through the S's. The man in 4th, the number 32, managing to get away from the pack behind. The 66 leading that pack from 5th downwards. As everyone's starting to split away from one another. A few changes in the midfield. The number 57 ahead of the 15. William Antrobus ahead of Logan Bennett. As we go with over 4 minutes left on this heat. This is Heat 4B versus D. Gives an opportunity to everyone to race. Different drivers each time they head onto the track. Which is absolutely amazing with the big grids well, big numbers that we've had for this festival. 176 altogether. Possibly more as well. So still unchanged by your top three. Your third position man, the fastest, 30.80, I think that is. That is indeed. So some really quick pace from him as he tries to pick off some time to try and see if he can sneak up into second, but we'll find out soon as the sun breaks through as well onto the circuit. So coming down the main straight is your leader. That gap just under a second. We'll keep an eye if anything changes between the top three. Number 66 catching with the 32. Michael Porter in 6th. Are we going to see any other changes during this lap as we go on to lap number 13 of this race? As our first blue flags of the Sunday come on out for our backmarker Jarek Metters, I think. Oh no, it might be Charlie Cox, sorry. As Jarek Metters just gone over the line. And the 72 going lovely and wide, staying out of the way from our leader. And hopefully our second and third positions as well. Tommy Harfield going up a position up into 11th. Getting ahead of Logan Bennett on that previous lap. As we are on lap 14 with just under a minute and a half on the clock. And so far the drivers just staying in tow of one another and then slowly picking away at a possible opportunity for overtaking. So Ethan Jeff Hall still leading the way. Over a second is the gap, but Ewan Charman and Alex Duncan pushing forward to catch up and close that gap on the closing stages of this race as we go into lap 16. And it is bang on a second. Blue flags once more to the number 72, Charlie Cox, one of the novices. The 48 is slowly closing that gap. Meanwhile, the 32 and the 66, their gap is closing between one another. Is there going to be enough time on the clock though? Because there's 7 seconds left. We are going to squeeze an additional lap into this one. So this is lap 17 of 18. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. That gap is still a second between first and second. Ethan Jeff Hall and Ewan Charman. Will it close in time? So 3 buttons towards the top bend we go. And down the main straight. As we go for the last lap of this race. Ethan Jeff Hall leading by 1.07 of a second. Ewan Charman second. Alex Duncan still staying behind for the minute. Around the horseshoe goes the O-play of Ethan Jeff Hall. To the top bend. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag is going to be your winner, leading it from the beginning. Ethan Jeff Hall. Ewan Charman, where am I getting these names from? Ewan Chalmers will take second. Alex Duncan third. Adita K in the number 32 takes fourth. Alexander Z takes fifth. Michael Porter sixth. Reese Lomax seventh. Sam Longley eighth. George Donald will take ninth. And William Antrobus P10. So that was the Junior Rotax Heat 4 B versus D. And we time to go to the senior grid. So a couple of recoveries needing to be made. Some appropriate music for the occasion. And hello to over 100 of you watching live on the YouTube live stream. Thank you very much to everybody who is watching. If you haven't done so already and you do like the streams, please click that like button or the dislike button, either one, whatever you feel. The music is very appropriate for the occasion. As we wait for the recovery. I should do this more often during the in-between. Oh. Right. So, just as they get in there, here come out the Senior Rotax Heat 3. That's what's out on circuit now. A versus C. What's the grid though? Well, we shall find out. It's on the YouTube live stream if you want to have a look. A versus C, Senior Rotax Heat number 3. So Matthew Higgins will be on pole. He's on the right side with Kai Hunter on his left. Behind Matthew Higgins is Sam Gornall, and to his left, Callum Bradshaw. A's on the right, C's on the left. Let's see how this goes as we go around for the formation lap once more. 2 rolling up laps. As long as you don't weave though, then you won't be in trouble. Everyone keeping it somewhat straight. Right, so everybody will get ready for the start of the Senior Rotax Heat 3 A versus C. So coming down the main straight then, let's get ready to start the first lot of seniors for Heat 3. This is A versus C. And it gets underway, going into Billy's. Yellow flags down at Billy's. Very temporarily though, through the S's, and it looks like it's the number 2 of Kai Hunter leading the way. Around the horseshoe we go, trying to go down the inside, and does go down the inside. I think that's the 25 of Callum Bradshaw. We'll find out very shortly as they come towards the top end. Your running order on the left. Let's see how it goes. So, leading in the way is Kai Hunter, then Callum Bradshaw, then it's Matthew Higgins, Sam Gornall, Magic Camara 5th. Archie Walker 6th, then Amelia Nelson 7th. Matty Hinkley 8th. Gabe B in 9th, and then Miles Barthorpe in 10th. But could all change as that pack is very much all together for the moment. So down the main straight we go. Man, it's funny watching mechanics sometimes do their little signals. So we're going into the hairpin, a long dart down the inside. Let me guess who that is. That is the number 91, Archie Walker, with a very long and late lunge to get ahead of the man that was the man in front. So it's Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Higgins, still your top three. Archie Walker is the one in fourth though, and charging down towards Matthew Higgins. 27 just holding off for Magic Amera for the minute, or is he? As he's already gone down the inside, and they have already swapped positions there. Meanwhile, static yellows, we've had one off just after Buttons. That puts Buttons out of play for the minute. That's a proper hit into the tie wall there. If you're going to go in, do it properly, I guess. Meanwhile, Kai Hunter leading by just under a second, 0.8. He has a fastest lap time of a 34 dead. 34.00. And we have the Battenbergs. So Battenberg is out on circuit. That neutralises the field. Just a bit like a virtual safety car, really. So the field has been completely neutralised for the moment with the Battenbergs. And that's not one driver up there, there's actually two. Daniel Sawyer and Lincoln Bailey Arneson that are up there. Only saw the one kart to begin with. So the whole field slowed by 3 seconds. So very well done to the drivers there, keeping it nice and calm. But let's see how the restart goes soon. So still with Battenbergs here at Clay Pigeon Raceway for the Senior Rotax Heat 3A versus C. And we're possibly going to be getting going again very shortly. We've had a spin under the Battenbergs as well. And here we go, coming down the main straight. We're back, racing once again, green flags. Let's go again, so going through the S's. Kai Hunter's lead, obviously neutralised from the Battenbergs, and already Archie Walker going for a move at the hairpin towards the horseshoe. So Archie Walker getting ahead of Matthew Higgins there. Was he too comfortable under the Battenbergs? So down the main straight we go. We're on for a second half of this race. So through the S's, down the back straight, the number 2 still leading the way, but Archie Walker is not too far behind. Hairpin. And we're on to the horseshoe. Looking for a move down the inside. I can see that one coming from a mile away. The 25 there. Unfortunately caught the front of the driver he was overtaking. Caught unawares on that one. Kai Hunter, Archie Walker, then it's Magic Camaro, Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Higgins losing a couple of positions. When I say couple, it's about 4. So down the main straight we go for lap number 11 of this race. Just over 3 minutes. And Archie Walker's right on the rear of Kai Hunter. The Battenberg's changing this race completely. And has brought that first position slot into play once again. So around the horseshoe we go. The 91 still on the rear of Kai Hunter. As we go once again down the main straight, the backfield catching up all together. Contact warning given in the rear of the field, actually. Jamie Tilsard given a contact warning there. So the battle near the back having their race. A little bit touchy. So the 91 still keeping in with Kai Hunter for the minutes. To go through the top bend down the main straight. Through the S's, down the back straight. It's a 2x2. The Magic Camara and Callum Bradshaw close together. As we're on lap 13. So going on to number 14 now. Just under a minute and a half left on the clock. Yes, down the back straight, the 27 leading a pack of 3. Millie Nelson and Matthew Higgins in that pack. At the moment, the field pretty much staying stable for the minute. No one's wanting to budge or make a move just for the moment. But we shall definitely keep an eye on Archie Walker. He's setting personal bests. And the fastest lap time as well, 33.87. 10th quicker than the leader, who is right in front of him. He's looking for all the moves. You can see where he places his cart. Going through buttons, trying to take an alternative line. Top bend, down the main straight. Still unchanged. Or is it he trying to look for one side? Sticking behind for the second. Going down the back straight once again. Archie Walker is trying to pick off Kai Hunter. Through towards the horseshoe. The 11 behind Callum Bradshaw and the number 25. A little bit bumpy there between the 62 and the E. The E plate there at the horseshoe. Taking way too much curb. But anyway, through the S's, down the back straight, the number 2 still leading the way to the 91. On the last lap of this race. So towards the horseshoe we go. There's not too many corners left to make a move for Archie Walker. Trying to go side by side before buttons. A little tap on the rear as the gap closed off real quick, but down the main straight, it's going to be a drag race, or is it? Unfortunately not. As we go over the line, Archie Walker even backing off a little bit there towards the end. But Kai Hunter takes the checker flag and wins the Senior Rotax Heat 3, A versus C. Archie Walker takes second, Callum Bradshaw third, Magic Amera fourth. And that's your top four. Matthew Higgins takes fifth, Sam Gornall sixth, Amelia Nelson seventh, Matty Hingley in 8th, Gabe B in 9th, and then Mars Barthorpe in 10th. That's your top 10, and that's the first half of the Senior Rotax for Heat 3, A versus C, to be followed by B versus D. So, a couple of recoveries going to have to be made from the top. That was what caused the Battenberg midway through the race, neutralising the race. So, not long to go. Just waiting for one more cart to be recovered. We'll be able to continue on the Rotax Festival Day 2. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the Senior Rotax grid. It's the B versus D's this time. Who is where? Let's get the grid up on the YouTube live stream. William Ellswood's on pole as it changes at the wrong time yet again. So William Ellswood's on pole. On the right hand side, to his left will be Sean Butcher. Behind William Ellswood is Lewis Gilbert, and to his left is Guy Cunnington, I believe. And it changed at the wrong time yet again. Yes, Guy Cunnington on the left. B's on the right, D's on the left. Let's see how this one goes. All the names on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream, including yesterday's co-commentator, Jack Quarry. he came for a little bit. He's racing, and he said he might pop up later on today as well, so you never know. It'd be great if he does. He was a good sport. It's great to have him up here. It's always lovely having a bit of company up here every now and then. So as they slowly come round, we'll get ready to start B versus D. BVD. So coming down the main straight then, let's get ready for this one. And it's golden, let's get going. Who's going to end out on top as we go through Billy's? 3 of the S's. And it's the number 3, then the 6th. It's Sean Butcher, then William Ellswood. Possibly going to change though. As we keep going through the pack behind them, 2x2 going, well, 2 wide going through the horseshoe. And coming down the main straight, let's get this one underway quite properly. So Sean Butcher, then William Ellsworth, then it's Lewis Gilbert, Guy Cunnington, then it's Daniel Armstrong, Ryan Willis, Oakley Pryor, Alexander Baker. That's your top 8, but it's all changing though. Going through the S's, the number 33 losing a couple of spots. That's Oakley Pryor. Possibly going to change on the front pack as well. The 52, then the 29 still. And I say 52, then the 29. William Ellswood's not in there. He's back down in 4th position. A little bit further back in the pack, Hartwich Brown in 11th, Jack Gore in 12th, ahead of the other Jack of Jack Maidman. So around the horseshoe we go, 3 still leading the way by 0.61 over half a second. Some changes going at the back as well. The 48 getting ahead of the 79, I think that was. As we go on through once again, the 29 looking to get ahead of the driver in front. Through the S's down the back straight. The 29 ahead. As Lewis Gilbert ahead of Guy Cunnington. Brando Clean Nagelvort, number 93, given a contact warning. Couple of contact warnings actually. Harry Barlow's also been given one. So through the S as we go, the top 3 splitting away from the rest of the grid. Daniel Armstrong leading the pack from 4th position. William Ellswood in 5th. To go around the horseshoe. Number 6 down in 5th. Will he be able to pick off and get up a few positions? We shall find out over the course of the next few laps. We're going on to lap number 5 now. Or 5 laps complete, either one. It's all squeezing through before the S's. The 6 now ahead of the 42, up into 4th position. So it's all changing between all of them. As I was saying, quite literally only a couple of laps ago. So down the main straight they come. Your top 3 well away from the rest of the grid. And it's the number 6, which is now leading that pack. It's going 2 wide around the hairpin. 1 driver, and that driver in Pacific is the 26. Alexander Baker going around the outside at the hairpin, which promoted him quite a few spots. We'll keep an eye on him. through the S's goes our forward position of the number 6 of 42 hanging on behind. And meanwhile, there is a change at the front. The 29 still leading the way. Sean Butcher, Guy Cunnington. I said there was a change at the front. I was wrong. April Fools. Oh, what are you joking? Right, down the main straight we go once again. Contact warning given to Daniel Armstrong down in 6th position. As it goes a little bit wonky going through there, the midfield pack. Through to the S's. And a bit of contact in the S's. It's almost a pile up. One car's nearly was parked on the front there. All drivers are okay, all drivers are going. Well, that changed that midfield and it's broken up the pack completely. And unfortunately, you could see that coming from a mile away. So we'll continue on. As promoted quite a few drivers there, and I must say, one of those drivers that did get away from it, Jack Gorin in the number 15, just got ahead of the pack before the incident. And also in that was the number 40 who got out of the way. But in that was Jack Maven, Oakley Bright, Alexander Baker. I think they were the ones in there. Ronnie Smith might have been the ones as well. There was a few. But it's all good. Mixes it up with just over 4 minutes left to go in the Heat 4 for B Vestine on the Senior Rotax. On the horseshoe then, the number 12 trying to sneak on the outside. There wasn't enough track to use. We'll still continue on. The 29 still leading the way for the minutes with Sean Butcher and Guy Cunnington in the second and third respectively. And there's a 2.13 gap between third and fourth. The 42 leading that one, Ryan Willis. Unchanged from the top 10. So we're on lap 12. And the gap's just staying as formed for the moment. As we fly on through the horseshoe, number 15 catching up to the 40. So Lewis Gilbert leading the way. He has the fastest lap time. He's just going down the back straight. 33.95 is the pace that he's setting at the moment. So to the top bend, down the main straight we go. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. What are we going to get from these drivers over the course of a few more laps? As the front part of our grid is staying where they are, and so it is for the rest of the grid as well, the midfield and near the back. But that incident earlier really mixing it up. So around Billy's we go, lap 15. Lewis Gilbert still leading the way. He's pulling away from Sean Butcher at the moment as we go into the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. Our 4th position man, Ryan Willis, has escaped from William Ellswood. So those two splitting away for the minute, but let's go down the main straight once again with just under 20 seconds now. So on the last final few laps of this race, not much else happening on the field for now. Is it all going to happen on the closing lap of this race? Who knows? We'll find out very shortly as we go to the top bend. And we'll get ready for the last lap of this race. So coming down the main straight, the 29, taking the last lap board. And it's time to start some moves, if there is any. So going into Billy's. And it's very tight between the field in 5th position downwards. This is a long train of 6 going through into the horseshoe, but meanwhile we go to the top bend because, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag and winning the Senior Rotax Heat 4 B versus D is going to be the number 29, Lewis Gilbert. Then Sean Butcher takes 2nd, Guy Cunnington 3rd, Ryan Willis will take 4th with William Ellswood 5th. Brandon Haig will take 6th, Daniel Armstrong 7th, Archie Brown 8th, Brandon Clean Nagelvort in 9th, and then Jamie Perrelly will take 10th overall. That is your top 10 finish. The rest of the results available on results.alphatiming.co.uk/CBKC. So an interesting race there. So, we go on to the 177 Rotax next. This one could get interesting. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty of time to go. Once again, hello everybody who's watching from home. Are you supporting anyone? Let us know. We'll be popped over the Tano up here at the circuit. So, ladies and gentlemen, with all 3 of the seniors, it's time for the 177 Rotax for their second heat. Let's see who is where with the grid. It's going to be a heat to watch. Potentially a heat to watch. Anything can happen. Edward Matthews on pole. To his left will be Ryan Taylor-Truman. In 3rd is Luke Oliver. He's behind Edward Matthews. To Luke's left, though, is Samuel Ward, I believe. It changes every time I get to the 4th position, man. And it is Samuel Ward on 4th position. So around we go. 2 warm-up laps. Just keep it straight and you won't get penalised. So we'll just wait for the grid. Front of the grid's at buttons. And the back half of the grid is still going down the back straight. I feel like we'll be going back round again. Or will everybody catch up in time as we go towards the top bend? And already it won't be going. So we're going back round once again. The front of the grid's going through the S's. We've still got drivers coming over the start finish. Right, so let's see if we get this one underway properly. Hopefully the drivers at the back can catch up quickly. And hopefully the ones at the front will actually slow down. Family at home supporting Sam Winter. Good luck to Ryan Taylor Truman. Got some supporters over on the YouTube live stream. A couple of drivers have stopped dead at the top there. What are we going to get here then? And what is going to happen is we're going to go round yet again. Right, so technically fourth time round, but probably it's the third time round. Let's see what we get. Come on, the 177s. The ones at the front need to properly slow down, get the grid together. The ones at the front still a bit further ahead of the ones behind. Are we gonna get a start? So, coming down the main straight then. And we finally get going for the 177 Rotax. Heat number 2. So around Billy's, through the S's. Down the back straight we go. Everyone's kept it on the track. Who's gonna get ahead though? As we find them at the horseshoe. And it's going to be the number 79, Edward Matthews. So down the main straight we go. Let's get your updated order through. So it's Edward Matthews, then Samuel Ward, then it's Riley Taylor Truman, then it's the number 72, then the 97. Louis Large is in 6th, car number 2. And just behind him is Sam Winter in number 6. So let's see what we get as we go around the hairpin. A couple of drivers darting down the inside. It's an all-white car. And that is the 32 getting ahead of the 33 there. Also Michael Cheek ahead of Thomas Hinton. So down the main straight we come once again. Edward Matthews still leading the way. It's over half a second that gap already. And it's a battle between Samuel Ward and the E-plate. As Ryan Taylor Truman is now ahead of Samuel Ward. It's going into the hairpin now. Towards the horseshoe we go. And down the main straight once again. Onto lap 3. So around the S's, through the S's, down the back straight. The E-plate still ahead of our third position man, Samuel Ward. It is close between those two, and in fact we also have Harrison Crook and Luke Oliver, I think that is, joining the party as well. So top bend down the main straight we go once again. So far in this race already we've lost Philip Howarth, Daniel Tate and Ben Johnson. So it's the number 79, Edward Matthews, still leading the way. Ryan Taylor-Truman in second. The 68 slowly catching, well, slowly staying behind the E-plate. We'll say the right thing eventually. The car's going slow in the back of the field. Very tight at the back of the field as well. And your leader, the 79, leading by 1.3 seconds. Samuel Ward backing off a little bit from the second position man. The E-plate bouncing over the S's. So down the main straight yet again. That gap is still increasing between first and second, 1.58. Edward Matthews has some pace at the moment. Fast lap time from himself, which is the overall fastest, is 34.71. Meanwhile, some changes possibly at the hairpin, as we're going too wide before the horseshoe. The 97 using a bit of the grass to make the move. So down the main straight we go, and it's going to be possibly some changes. So going on through, Thomas Hinton ahead of Michael Cheek on that lap. So far, only one contact warning given fairly early on in the race. That's available to see on the YouTube live stream. But at the moment, our front end of the pack staying in tow of one another. It's just a waiting game to see who is going to pounce ahead of who first. So around the horseshoe. Edward Matthews with a 1.84 second gap. Ryan Taylor-Truman has a 0.81 gap from himself and third position. So Samuel Ward has got some catching up to do in the later stages of this race. Just under 4 minutes on the clock. And then we'll be done with the first half of the heats. So down the main straight we come once again. Another contact warning has been issued. It's to Harrison Crook in fourth position. So PLC 68, Samuel Ward ahead. We'll see what occurs between those ones. We'll keep an eye on it as we go through. We're on lap 11 of this race. So top bend we go for our leader at the moment. Leading by over 2 seconds, Ryan Taylor-Truman. Not enough pace to catch at the moment. And it's still, well, it's going down slowly, that gap. Still under 3 minutes, so still plenty of time to do something. A few drivers taking a defensive line in third position there. It's going side by side. The 72 trying to go on the outside to keep the inside for Buttons and does retain his position. And keeping it nice and clean too. So around Piddies we go. And darting in front just before the S's is the 72. Harrison Crook getting back ahead. taking a defensive line into the hairpin. And once again, doing the same at the horseshoe, just making sure that inside line doesn't get compromised. And so he can keep his position. He's lost him a bit of time to the drivers in front. At the moment, he's more important and more focused at keeping it, but heavily defending there. That was a heavy defense. To the point where he switched to the right and straight back to the left. So 72 really being all over the show, making it that car as wide as possible. But it is losing him a lot of time to the driver in front. Samuel Ward and Louis Large are together at the moment. Harrison Crook taking some more defensive lines. It's real close to the point of touching before the S's. Around the hairpin we go, just keeping an eye on this one. Under a minute left on this heat number 2 for the 177s. And Luke Oliver's really trying to get ahead. Meanwhile, Zachary Arthur, contact warning just been issued. And yet again, Harrison Crook sticking his cart to the right-hand side of Billy's. Luke Oliver really trying to get ahead every single time. Harrison Crook driving though to make that cart wide. The defensive lines are working for him at the moment. Meanwhile, 11 seconds left. Contact warning given to Luke Oliver. So then he's once again, Harrison Crook and Luke Oliver is still very, very touchy between the two there. Very determined driver, that's for sure. Meanwhile, the 68 and the number 2 having to take some different lines. But we go back to the front of the grid. We've got the last lap board out for our leader, Edward Matthews, as my voice decides to leave my mouth. So around Billy's, through to the S's goes our midfield, where Harrison Crook is defending. But it's all eyes on our leader, the number 79, Edward Matthews, on the last lap. He's going to the top bend. The man in third has parked the bus as well. Taking the checker flag is Edward Matthews, but who's going to be taking third? As Samuel Ward just literally parked the bus at the horseshoe. Meanwhile, someone's exhaust has lost something. So Edward Matthews wins by 2.97 seconds. Ryan Taylor-Truman second. Samuel Ward third. Louis Large fourth. Harrison Crook fifth. Luke Oliver sixth. Sam Winter seventh. Ian Branfield will take eighth. Dan Milner ninth. And then Thomas Hinton takes 10th position. And that is the 177 Rotax Heat 2 complete, and that exhaust just hanging in there for the end of the race. Right, so that's the first half of the heats completed. Meanwhile, funky beats are going on. Whoa. Right, that's the first half of the heats done for today. It's 12. We're on to the second half. So back with the cadets for their third heat. 10 minutes plus a lap once again. We've still got a long day to go. We've still got many hours to complete. So stay tuned for what's going to be an action-packed afternoon. So it's time, we're back with the cadets for heat number 3. Let's see where we got. Ava Morris is on pole. So she'll be on the right-hand side of the grid. To her left will be Travis Rose, and just behind Ava Morris will be Bella Fairclough once again. And then to her left, Ethan Griffiths. So let's get underway for Cadet Heat 3. Very shortly. To go to the formation lap now. So around the horseshoe we go. Let's get ready to start the cadets for their third heat today. What's going to occur on this one? So coming from the top bend, speeding on down the main straight. Once again we are good to go as we go into Billy's. This time all of the drivers are staying on track through the S's, down the back straight we go. And that looks like it's the 55 leading the way. Closely followed by the 22, then it's the 18, and I think that's the 99? We shall find out shortly as they come in towards the top bend now. So it's the number 55 followed by the 22, then it's Max Endicott in third. We've also got a contact warning for the E-plate, Rocco Shenton. As the cadets bounce over the S's in the back of the field. So around the horseshoe we go once again, the 55 with a bit of a comfortable lead for the moment. When I say comfortable lead, well, there's very close between the two. But it looks comfortable for the moment. Going down the main straight. Jarrett Clark followed closely by Noah Barham. Max Endicott third. Jake Cozzy in fourth. So yeah, number 69 right behind Max Endicott there. We'll see what Jake Cozzy does over the course of this one. Ava Morris down in 13th. Bella Fairclough down in 14th. Travis Rose 15th. Not the best start to the races for those. Bella Fairclough just given a contact warning. The WC Plate West Champion. So into Billy's we go. It's tightening up between the top 4 through the S's. Down the back straight, 2 cadets getting ahead of another. The E-Plate ahead of the 89 there. Or the 99, sorry. I'm making up numbers. So going on to lap 4 very soon. That top 4 tight. As the rest of the field come over the start-finish line. Still unchanged, the 55 still leading the way to the 22. As I've been saying, tightly packed together. A few change possibilities further back. As our 5th and 6th positions taking different lines to one another. The 99 taking it to the left, to the right, to the left. Down at the hairpin just earlier. But come down the main straight is our top 4. Hardly anything separating these 4 so far. Once again through the S's, down the back straight. Number 69, Jake Colley just hanging on to the rear of the 3 in front. So around the horseshoe we go, through to Buttons, and towards the top bend. So go on to lap number 6. We've got some changes on the horizon because the number 69, Jake Cozzy, looking to make some moves. He's on the outer side though before the S's, so he's back into 4th position. But we're already seeing some changes. Jarrett Clark's already down into 3rd. So leading it for a few laps. And as we're on lap 6, it's changed. With the number 22 leading ahead of the 18. Fast Cadet on track. Well, she's speeding along. She's in 13th at the moment. 40.46 by Bella Fairclough. A little bit further back, the battle for 5th. There's a big change. 2 drivers through. I think it was the 67 that was leading that one. Another contact warning given to Charles Kitely down in 20th position. A little bit further at the back of the field. Still in this race, nevertheless. Having his own race. A little bit further back. But anyway, back to the front. The 4 are still unchanged from one another. The E-Plate is now up into 5th. As Rocco Shenton was near the top spots and tumbled down the order a slight bit in the middle of that pack. So WC, a Bella Fairclough. She's trying to make up some positions. So around the hairpin we go. Further changes to happen once again. Darting down the inside line as the E-Plate on the... Couldn't see the number on the screen, unfortunately. I'll have to come back to that one. But getting ahead nevertheless. So coming down the main straight then. Bella Fairclough on the left-hand side of the track. And it was number 40 in that list, going squeezing on the inside before the S's 3 passing 1. 40 losing a couple of more positions again. Looks like Bella Fairclough going down the inside as well. The 40 just tumbling down the order whilst the WC tumbles up the order. Putting some fight into this race. Meanwhile, our top 4 I'm going to say it again. It's still unchanged, but there is nothing separating them once again. Which one is going to make the move first? It's the main question of this. On to lap 10 anyway. Better Fairclough at the back for the battle for 5th position. She's currently down in 8th at the moment. Going on the inside line, trying it, is Jake Cosby. He's looking for an opportunity. Just as he was coming out the horseshoe then. So we're going to the top bend where the battle for 5th is. Better Fairclough at the back of that one. And here we go, a change for the front. He's squeezed in. It's the 18 now ahead of the 22. Also, I think that's Jarrett Clark in that as well. So there's a lead change. Just over 2 minutes left, so this could still change once again. Jake Cosby still just holding on to the rear of the 4. So down the main straight we go. Let's go it. Once more, lap 11. Around through the S as we go. The 18 leading the way. The E-plate leading the battle for 5th. That alone is tight as well as a pack of 4 and a pack of 4. So going up to top bend, once again a move, trying to go down the inside, Better Fairclough near the back, down in 8th once more. Just over a minute left to go and another change to the lead. The 55 was leading it from the start and has now gone back up into that top spot. And it's going to change again. So into the hairpin, Jake Cosby up into 3rd. He's trying for 2nd, and unfortunately back down to 4th just before the horseshoe. As he was stuck on one side of the line. Ava Morris going really wide at the horseshoe entrance there. But anyway, coming down the main straight once again. We still got 30 seconds left. We're going to squeeze out another lap. Jarrett Clark with a gap. It's half a second. He's broken away from the 4, but will they catch back up again through the S as we go down the back straights? There comes our 5th position through the S's and back straight. There you go, the E-plate still leading that one. But the Fairclough staying at the end, at the back of that one, the end of that one, however I want to say it. Around the horseshoe, there you go, through to buttons goes our leaders though, and our leader of Jarrett Clark. Like I said, leading by half a second. Have the others caught up when we have our last lap. So 0.35 is the gap. The last lap to do something. I saw a dart to the left hand side by the WC of Better Fairclough and squeezing up ahead. The 99 making a gap. Clay Clark down a position. Better Fairclough just took that one as well, and there's more changes to that 5th position battle as well. What's been going on there? Nevertheless, we go to the top bend and we go for another one. So down the main straight we go. It's bumpy behind, but taking the checkered flag will be the number 55. It was nearly 3 wide for the checkered flag. And then to end the battle for 5th, the E-plate takes 5th. Better Fairclough getting up to 6th at the end of that one. But let's go through your full ending result. Jarrett Clark wins, followed by Noah Barham, then Max Endicott. Jake Cosby takes 4th. Welker Shenton, like I said, takes 5th position. Better Fairclough 6th. Clay Clark in 7th. Ethan Griffiths 8th. Oliver Warner 9th. And Sam Mott rounds out your top 10. And that is the Honda Cadets done for their 3rd heat. We won't see them until the finals. Not any old final, the grand final. So just waiting for a few things and we'll get underway with the Minimaxes for their third heat. So here we go, out comes our next heat of the day. It's the formation laps for the Minimax. Scott Marsh is on pole and to the left is Hugh Moulton. Behind Scott Marsh is Joshua Graham and to his left Thomas Spearing in the number 76. So as they come flying on through, warming up their tyres with the 2 granted laps. Let's see what we get going into our final formation lap here. So going through buttons and up towards the top bend. Let's see what we get from the Minimaxes as we go into the third and final heat for them today. So down the main straight we go. Let's get ready because it's away. And who is going to be leading this one? So going around Billy's through to the S's. And down the back straight is the O-plate once again, followed by the 88 of Joshua Graham. A spin down at the hairpin as well. One driver from the midfield, I think it was at the time. Nevertheless, we'll go to your running order as we fly through this race. So Scott Marsh, Joshua Graham, then Hugh Moulton, then Harrison Whitcomb. Number 76 in 5th, then it's the 77, and then the WC of Lucas Howell in 7th. Right, let's get to this race then. What we're going to get from these drivers. Their second heat of today, with the third heat overall. Quick sneeze. So Scott Marsh still leading the way, but not by much because the 88 of Joshua Graham is going down the inside at the hairpin. It's right behind, but now it's right in front, but it's switching again. The O-plate getting back ahead once more. That early lead from last time. Not this time. So to the top bend, down the main straight. And through into Billy's we go. So through the S's, down the back straight, yellow flag at Billy's. There's many 360s going on there. Just caught out the corner of my eye there. Imagine to get going though. So top bend, we'll go back to our leaders, back to the start of the race. Well, the start of the race, the front of the race. Scott Marsh leading the way, Hugh Moulton is up into 2nd, Joshua Graham in 3rd. But is that going to change as we go through the S's down the back straight? It's the 88, 76 and 66. It's changing though, there's more changes between the 66 and 76. Harrison Whitcomb ahead of the number 76 now. Some quick moves made from these drivers out here so far. As we go into lap number 5. Through the S's down the back straight we go once more. Scott Marsh is still leading by a small margin at the moment. Hugh Moulton just trying to catch up quick as he can. So far we've lost 3 drivers. We've got Brandon Truman, William Murta and Ethan Farrell unfortunately out of this race so far. And the only one contact warning issued. But some more action going around as 4 drivers overtake the number 15. Joshua Smith just stuck on the outside before the S's. Is now at the back of the pack. Another overtake, the number 70. Wilf Butler getting ahead and leading that pack. For 12th position, I think it is. So everything going on the second half of our grid. Wilf Butler up into 11th. So going towards the top end, and our top 3 is creeping ever so close. Scott Marsh not really with a loss of the lead. 0.16 is the gap because our fastest man on track, Hugh Moulton, 35.71, is ahead and is charging fairly quickly. So whilst the action's happening on track, some support going on the YouTube live stream. Paul Carlton says, "Come on, Max Carlton, cheering you on from Sydney, Australia." And also viewers from over the pond, down under. So great to see some support coming through the YouTube chat every now and then during this live stream. I'm sure a lot of the drivers do support it throughout the race. Right, so we head towards the top end where our leaders Scott Marsh, Hugh Moulton and Joshua Graham are. That's going on the right hand side. I'm just seeing it slightly on the YouTube live stream. We got a new leader, and that is the number 51 ahead of the O-plate of Scott Marsh. But it's still changing because Joshua Graham's trying to get involved as well. So they're slow going to the horseshoe, and that's because the 88 is ahead of the O. So top bend, and we'll get that change as we fly on through the order. So Hugh Moulton now leads this race on lap number 11 with just over 3 minutes on the clock. So going into the hairpin, and we lead towards the horseshoe. It's now a complete flip to what we had earlier. And towards the top end, Hugh Moulton still leading the way. So Hugh Moulton in front is changing once again. It looks like Scott Marsh has got ahead. And actually, the 51 has lost 2 positions and is changing again. So down at the hairpin, the top 3 are having a swap around. It's Scott Marsh back in the lead. Joshua Graham in second. And the number 76 has come to play as well. All these changes slow them down ever so slightly. So what we're going to get now is a 4th competitor is here for the top 3. Sneaking down the inside, that's the 51 of Hugh Moulton up into second position. Getting ahead of the 88. Going through the hairpin once again. Looks like Scott Marsh is now getting a bit of a lead. Through the horseshoe. Hans Raven saying also listening in from Australia. That's awesome. Great to be here. England looks great this time of year. Only if it's not raining though. We've had threats of rain today, but luckily they've speared away from the hill of Clay Pigeon. But great to have you watching. Hope you're doing well, and obviously to everybody else at home as well, listening into the action. So let's go towards the top end. We'll going through to lap number 15 now. Just a minute left on the clock, and Scott Marsh is leading the way by over half a second now. Is Scott Marsh clear from Hugh Moulton? Going through the S's, we've got 3 contenders. It's the number 76 that came into play ever so slightly earlier. Meanwhile, some changes behind our second to fourth. Our battle for fifth changing as double down the inside. 95.66 to 41, trying to stay on the outside. No room left there. So here we go, down the main straight once more. Common saying. 21 seconds left to go. And it's changing once again. Number 51 losing 2 places. Once again, it's a bit of deja vu. And this time, it's the 88 and 76 that gets involved. Talking of the 76. Nearly looking like he was going to go ahead once more. So down the main straight we go. We're on the last lap of this heat. Minimax heat number 3. Scott Marsh leading by 1.39. So the 88 followed by the 76 and 51. Will Hugh Moulton be able to charge back up into the top 3? Or is it 4th where he's going to be staying? So around the horseshoe we go. Through buttons goes our leader. Towards the top bend, keeping an eye on the people behind. But ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag for the Minimax heat number 3. It's going to be Scott Marsh. It's going to be Joshua Graham, then Thomas Spearing, then Hugh Moulton takes 4th. Ollie Wise 5th, Sebastian Mann 6th, William Murphy 7th, Daniel Armour in 8th. Or Ammer, sorry. Harrison Whittaker 9th, and then Lucas Howell 10th. So that is it for the Minimaxes on their 3rd heat. Let's see what we get a bit later on during the grand finals this afternoon. So the Minimax is complete. We're time for the Junior Rotax. This time it's A versus C and B versus D. So hopefully you're all enjoying the stuff going on at home. We'll get going in a few moments' time. So sit back, relax, get ready, because we have a long time to go with plenty of action from the Junior Rotax Seniors and 177s. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the Junior Rotax. This time it's Heat 5, B versus C. Let's get the grid. Chapman on pole. Ollie Stevens to the left in second. So let's see what we get from the B versus C on the Junior Rotax Heat 5. As they slowly travel on through the horseshoe. So towards the top end. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the Junior Rotax Heat 5B versus C. We're on the top end. And what are we going to get as we go towards the back? They're all charging off. And what was a very pretty nice start there from the Junior Rotaxes. If I say so myself, 3 Billies towards the S's, who is going to be out in front. That's going to be the 48 Ewan Charman. A lot of swaps going down there in the midfield. A few little love taps from behind. And a spin or something's happened near the back. Not quite sure what happened there, but nevertheless going to the top. What are we going to get? So, Ewan Charman followed by Reece Lomax and Ollie Stevens. Ben Foland, Gabe Fairbrother in the GP plate. Then is Reza Seaworthen in the E plate. Ruben Knohan in 7th. Michael Porter 8th. And the number 32 in 9th. And the number 12 in 10th. Still all could change because trying the inside line on the is the number 52. Looks like it's on the GP plate, but he looks like he was trying to stay out. As those two closely stayed within themselves. Trying to think of what to say for that one. As we go into the second lap of this race. Into lap number 3 then. Ewan Charman still leading the way at the moment. The number 9 of Ollie Stevens though catching at some pace. So we're going into the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. Contact warning given to Reece Lomax. So coming down the main straight, the number 9 right behind now. Is he going to go to the right? And he does. Just about to see it on the YouTube live stream. And he gets ahead, the number 9 ahead. So Ewan Charman down into second position. The number 25 of Ben Foland in third. Squeeze down the inside of the horseshoe there. One all in orange. I believe that was Gabe Fairbrother in the GP plate. So back down the main straight, the number 9 leading. Or a late lunge down the inside goes the number 92 on the 25. Ruben Kanohan there. Absolutely sending it down the inside. And is now ahead next to catch up to the GP plate. 25 is still behind. The 32 is in play. Fast on track at the moment, 34.90. So Ruben Kanohan up into 4th position. Like I said, Michael Porter's up into 8th from that lap as well. Still could all change. We'll keep an eye on any other changes on the grid. It's a little bit in the midfield. It's very tight going through there. I think I saw the number 19 of Finn Smith there. Someone's having a bit of an off-road adventure. Ran out of track there, unfortunately. A little bit of contact between 44 and 88 there. All getting a bit touchy in the rear of the field. But we go back to the start of the field where Ollie Stevens is still leading the way to Ewan Charman. The GP plate hanging in there as well with Ruben Kanohan behind. And then the gap forms ever so slightly to 5th. Well, the contact warning has been given to Charles Green in the number 77. Through the S down the back straight, the number 9 leading for the moment. So still a lot of more action to come from the Junior Rotax Heat 5B versus C. Just under 5 minutes to go. We've still got an extra lap on top of that too. So down the main straight we go. Meanwhile, someone has stopped at the back straight, just about see it there. So I've put the S's and the back straight out of play just for now. He's managed to get going again, luckily. That looks like it's the number 23, unfortunately. Unable to get going straight away, but is back into the race. So, let's go back to our top 3. The GP plate slowly catching up with the 48. As we go down the main straight here to over the start finish. Through biddies we go, and the S's once again. Now that yellow is clear. Number 19 there, right behind the 57. Ben Smith trying to make up some positions. Not much happening from our top 5 so far though, as we lead on to lap number 11. With just over 3.5 minutes to go in this heat. This is Heat 5, B versus C. You'll see them going through the S's. Couple darting down the inside. Gordon tempted to there. The number 70, I think that might have been the 77 of Charles Green near the back of our field. Bit of a snap on the steering. Couldn't complete it. Nevertheless, there is some battles going on elsewhere on the grid. And that is absolutely awesome to see. Meanwhile, Reese Lomas has lost a couple of positions. Another contact warning given to Charles Green. Michael Porter's up into 7th. Reza is up into 8th. So coming down the main straight once again, and we go for lap number 13. Still loads of time left in this heat. We're only really just halfway through the day. Plenty of racing still to come here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. The number 9 still leading the GP plate. Like I said, slowly catching the 48. Still plenty of time in the day though. So Daniel Sebula in the number 12, getting ahead of the number 61. There's a few changes there. But still unchanged from our top 5. No, it's not, because the 32 making a late lunge to get ahead of the number 92. A little bit of his own taste of medicine there for Ruben Canohan from earlier on. So that's changed up that one. GP in 3rd. And there's the 32 now into 4th position to catch up with our top drivers in this race. So coming down the main straight comes our leaders then. Ollie Stevens still ahead. We've got just over half a minute left on the clock. That's not how I want to say that, but anyway. So through the S's, down the back straight. The 32 really catching on the GP plate now. The GP plate already having to take some defensive lines because of the 32. And the 32 having so much pace today. Adito really has been flying around this circuit. So into Billy's we go. GP plate taking a defensive line, sticking to the right hand side. He's losing some time to 2nd position. But nevertheless, he's got to defend that 3rd. And that is his only priority for now. 32 trying to go down the outside. It's pushed him, luckily, to keep the position. 92 trying to get involved there, Ruben Canohan. So down the main straight we come once again. We'll be going to the last lap of this race. The board is out, which means this is the last opportunity for most of the drivers. The GP plate hanging in there. The 32 is slow and is real slow. Dropping down the field all of a sudden. Just on the last lap as well. What's happened there? Nevertheless, though, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag for Heat 5, B versus C for the Junior Rotax. It's Ollie Stevens. There's Ewan Charman, then Gabe Fairbrother, the GP plate 3rd. And at the end of that one, the 32 unfortunately dropping down to 17. Taking the checker flag, we're not sure what's happened there. Hopefully he'll be able to recover during the finals. So, we're back in a short while for the A versus D. Funny enough, my initials. So my initials will be on the circuit soon. No, I'm joking. The Junior Rotax Heat 6 will be out next. A versus D. Let's see how this one pans out very shortly. But that is the end of the Junior Rotax Heat 5. We'll see most of these drivers a bit later on. Don't forget, there is a B final. So here we go, it's time for the Junior Rotax Heat 6. It's A versus D. Let's see how this one goes. Number 66 slowly coming out on circuit. And a spin at the yeses there. I think he was trying to do a sneaky something. Right, let's give you the grid order anyway. That's caught on camera as well, that's embarrassing. Grid order is available on the YouTube live stream if you do want to see it. There's Harry Linden on pole, Ethan Jeff Hall onto the left. So let's see what we can get from this Heat 6. A versus D for the Junior Rotax. So coming down the main straight then, let's see what we get from the Junior Rotax. It's A versus D and it's underway. So let's see what we get from the drivers here at the start of this one. Who's going to get out ahead? Is it going to be the same as last time? It's number 7 is Harry Linden. Followed by the number 5, that looked like Neo Clark. So we go to the top bend and we'll get ready to see who ends up where on the order. We'll give you a couple of the order for you as they come over the line. So, Harry Linden, then Neo Clark, then it's Pearson and Bullock Carter, then it's Ethan Jeff Hall, Charlie Hart in 5th. Top 4 sticking together for the minute. Number 63, Alex Duncan in 6th. George Donald in 7th. So down the main straight they come once again for the continuation. Number 7 splitting away slightly from the rest of the grid, nearing half a second. Darting down the inside is our 4th position on 3rd. The Ethan Jeff Hall. So he's up into 3rd to try and catch up to the front of the pack. So we're going to go past 75 and 5 at the moment on the outside to 15. So some changes wanting to happen from these drivers. It's only just begun. On to lap 3. Through the S as we go. 2nd to 9th within a decent range of each other. Top 9 going into the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then we go again for another round trip. 15 squeezed on the outer side. Logan Bennett, I think that was Edward Leader getting ahead of Logan Bennett there. They fly through the start finish. We've still got Harry Linden leading the way as we go down the back straight once more. And at the S's, 2nd and 3rd close. Also got Neo Clark and Alex Duncan within a close striking range once again as we go down to the top bend for the main straight to get another lap through. Still no changes. Any changes to the grid? Well, Harrison Crowther got ahead of George Donald on that lap. And 8th and 9th respectively there. Logan Bennett losing so many positions here. Edward Leader just been given a contact warning out on circuit. So down the main straight we come again for our leader. It's Harry Linden, but the 75 is closing that gap quickly. So through the S's down the back straight, the gap's closing. And will we see our top three squeeze into one train? We'll find out. Going through the hairpin towards the horseshoe is the next destination. The 75 slowly closing that gap. And it is slowly. So down the main straight we go. And it's back for another round of the circuit. You can now see the 75 right on the rear end. Harry Linden. You can't really actually see much of a gap there now. It is tight. Very tight. Going down the right hand side of Harry Linden is the number 75. Using a little bit of the bumpiness of the grass. He is through. So Pearson Bullock Carter ahead of the number 7. He has some pace and it shows because he is the fastest driver on circuit. As they come over the start finish now. Into Billy's. Through the S's and down the back straight we go. And that will be our leader, 75, squeezing through, 5th onto 4th. Alex Duncan getting ahead. I believe that was. We'll just double check that when they come over the line very shortly. But down the main straight we come once again. We're going on to lap number 9 now. It's still very close from our top two. The 75 still ahead of Harry Linden. They are tight between themselves going through the hairpin towards the horseshoe again. The 7 finding some better pace out there compared to Pearson Bullock Carter. So through the S's we go, down the back straight. Ethan Jeff Hall's in 3rd. Is he going to catch up with our top 2? That's one we shall find out a little bit soon. 74 is in there as well. Alfie Davies out, Alex Duncan. Neo Clark's down in 6th. So down the main straight we come. Past the start finish line. And we go again, lap 11. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. And what we're going to get from these drivers as we listen to the rest of this lap. So as we get closer to lap 13, the 75 still leading the way. Contact warning given to our number 17, Harrison Crowther. But our top 5 are going through the S's and down the back straight. Is what we're going to see from these. So around they go to the horseshoe. And then up towards Buttons. These 5 evenly split so far. As we go down the main straight once again for the A versus D. Leo Purchase was ahead of Harrison Crowther on that previous lap, and this lap he is still ahead. So our top 5, no movement for the minute. Around the horseshoe we go. So just over a minute left on the clock. The 75 has a bit of a gap in behind him, and the 4 behind are now bunching up to one another. As we go towards the top bend next, and down the main straight. 36 seconds left on the clock. Through the S as we go. Back straight. And we're through once more. Alfie Davies is up into 3rd position on that previous lap. So it's the 7 followed by the 74. Is anybody going to catch up in time as we go to the top bend? There's 9 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be close. And we're still going to squeeze out and another lap. So 17. Through the S's, down the back straight. The number 7 at threat from the 74. The O of Ethan Jeff Hall. Just hanging in there. There's a few changes potentially happening at the hairpin. 7, 74, 0 and 63. That's not changed yet. But it's the top bend as our leader, leading by 0.86, is taking the last lap board now. So this is the final lap of this race. Going through the S's. There's a change for second through the S's. Back straight to 74. Alfie Davies is ahead. But is it going to change again, going through the hairpin towards the horseshoe? 74 to go a little bit wider than 7. Defending off Ethan Jeff Hall. But to the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag, it's going to be Pearson Bullock Carter, the number 75. That is Alfie Davies, Harry Linden. Ethan Jeff Hall 4th, Alex Duncan 5th. And that is your top 5 for the Junior Rotax Heat 6. A versus D. So that is it for the Junior Rotaxes. For the meantime, we'll see them a little bit later on for the finals. That'll be later on. But meanwhile, we've got the Senior Rotaxes out next. So just got one for recovery. So hopefully you're all enjoying what's going on over at home, wherever you are in the world. Still got plenty of action to come. We've got the seniors and the 177s. So, let's see how this turns out. Oh, this is a song in it? Oh, there's action on the circuit. That is the Senior Rotax Heat 5B versus C. Let's get the grid for you all. It's on the YouTube live stream. So it's William Ellswood on pole. To his left, Kai Hunter. Lewis Gilbert's behind William Ellswood with Callum Bradshaw to his left. B's on the right. C's on the left. Let's see how this one goes. We've had some interesting starts last time, including a pile up already in the seniors, so let's see how this one goes. So let's go for the formation now. So slowly making our way up to the top end. So to the top end we go. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Senior Rotax for Heat 5, B versus C. And it is good to go. Let's see what we get as we go through. Billy's who's going to be ending out in front. Through the S's down towards the back straight. It's the number 2, Kai Hunter. And the 25 just behind Callum Bradshaw there. So let's get your running order. It's Kai Hunter, then Callum Bradshaw, Magic Camara, then William Ellswood, Lewis Gilbert. Yellow flags down at Billy's. Got a driver slow. Still keep going though, that's the main thing. So let's get swinging on through. So contact warning given to Ollie Bailey down in 23rd position. But it's Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw, Magic Camara still. That is your top 3. Or is it changing? Magic Camara looking for some moves already. We know the pace of Magic Camara. Where is he going to unleash it this time? So going through towards the hairpin. A couple of more places being mixed around. 75, I think that is. Lincoln Bailey Arneson was a bit of a battle down at the midfield of this Heat 5 for B versus C. Lewis Gilbert up a position, number 29. Through the S's down the back straight we go for those guys. 29 now catching up with our top 4. And we can get ready for some more racing from the Senior Rotaxes. And we're slowly getting through closer to our finals. This day is absolutely flying by, just like the carts coming down the circuit now. Past the start finish, the Senior Rotax is being led by Kai Hunter at the moment for Heat 5, the B versus C. So around the horseshoe, the whole field goes. To the top end though is where our leaders are coming from. And that is the number 2 leading the way. The 25 just trying to hang on in there. Trying to match the pace of Kai Hunter at the moment. He does have the fastest lap of this race so far. That is a 33.98, just a very, very tiny amount quicker than Kai Hunter, the leader. The 29. Lewis Gilbert's coming from nowhere. He's right behind Magic Camara now, catching up with some amazing pace so far. So down the main straight, the 2 still leading the way. Was there any other changes in the field? William Ellsworth's up into 5th position. And Alexander Baker and Pedro Oliveira up a position each. Drew Perry down 2. Meanwhile, our action for the top 4, the 29 just sneakily staying there though. So no change from the field so far. We'll go through the S's. Number 29 slowly creeping to Magic Camara in 3rd position. Well, we're going to see any changes from those 2 very soon. Lewis Gilbert and Magic Camara defending around the outside. The 75 is going to try defending his position for the minute. We have another contact warning being issued. That's to Ronnie Smith at number 96. As more of the drivers are flying down the back straight on the indoor cam on the YouTube live stream. It's indoors because of the threat of rain. 17 defending off a double wide cart behind him. But our leaders, Kai Hunter, the number 2, on lap number 9, with just under 5 minutes left to go, leading the way with the fastest lap 2. Is anybody going to get close to that 33.86? So the gap between the 1st and 2nd, 0.73. That's the gap between the 3rd and 4th, Magic Camara, 0.22. Very close between Magic Camara and Lewis Gilbert. So down the main straight we go once again. Not much changing from the midfield. A little bit of action going on in the rear of the field, as they all move for different stuff. Contact warning again for Ronnie Smith. That's number 2. That is the 2nd contact warning given to him. So don't want to do it too often. And Ronnie Smith's in 16th position, 75, trying his best to keep that car straight as he's almost sideways come out the horseshoe. It's the top end, this pack here, just coming down the main straight now. The 75-17, it's a battle for 13th. And it's heating up between those 2, squeezing into the S as we go. The 26 and the 71. Alexander Baker and Matty Hingley. Meanwhile, not much happening from our front pack. The only thing to see is Lewis Gilbert closing the gap between him and Magic Camara. Usually two very quick drivers. Ronnie Smith up a position from that previous lap. Matthew Hingley given a contact warning, the number 71. flying on to lap 14. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock as well. Still plenty of time for stuff to happen during heat number 5 for the senior Rotax, as we have the B versus C's out there. Oh, and a little bit of contact made there, just coming out of the hairpin there. The 17 trying to get back onto circuit, as he ran out of runoff room. But meanwhile, the top 4 still unchanged. 23, Jamie Tilsit given a contact warning. We're getting quite a few contact warnings during this race so far. We'll see if it calms down anytime soon. But meanwhile, 1 minute left. Kai Hunter still leading the way. Just keeping an eye on our 4th position man of Lewis Gilbert. He is there, but is it just a waiting game at the moment? 37 seconds left on the clock. The 29 really closing that gap now through this race. So we're going to get another lap in this one onto lap 17 of 18. They are going into Billy's next. Through the S's, down the back straight. And 29 still hanging in behind. A mechanical flag given to the number 74. His rear bumper's off. On the left hand side, he's running in 21st position at the time. Right, anyway, we'll go back to our leaders because the last lap board is out. Kai Hunter's leading by over a second. Patrick O'Meara 1.35 seconds behind Callum Bradshaw. So as we fly on through the horseshoe, through to Buttons, and then towards the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight, taking the win for the Heat 5. B versus C for the senior Rotax. It's going to be the number 2, Kai Hunter. Then it's Callum Bradshaw in second, Patrick O'Meara third, Lewis Gilbert stays in 4th at the end of that one. And then Daniel Armstrong 5th, Amelia Nelson 6th, William Ellswood 7th, Jamie Perrelly 8th, George Hunter 9th, and then Nicole Sutherland P10. So that concludes B versus C. This now will be A versus D. So if you just tuned in at home, we are coming to the closing stages of the heats. So we've got 2 more heats to go through. Heat 6 for the senior Rotax A versus D, and then the 177's heat number 3. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in senior Rotax heat number 6, A versus D. Let's see how this one goes. Let's get the grid order for you all. Matthew Higgins is on pole to his left. It's Sean Butcher. A's on the right, D's on the left. Behind Matthew Higgins is Sam Gornall. To his left is Guy Cunnington. As we enter now the true formation lap, and we'll get ready to get this Heat 6 A versus D underway. So as they slowly make their way through the horseshoe and towards the top bend next, let's get the Senior Rotax Heat 6 A versus D. So down the main straight they come. And it's all good to go. Who's going to be leading it from the way as we go through Billy's? It's too wide right till the last second. There's the number 5 followed by the 27. Whoever was beside him unfortunately did lose out on a hefty amount of positions there. So it's the 5, then the 27. That's Sam Gornall. And as they come down the main straight, we'll get to your running order so far at the start of this race. There's Matthew Higgins and Sam Gornall, then there's Oakley Pryor, then Sean Butcher, Archie Walker, then Guy Cunnington, Ryan Willis, then Jack Gorin up into 8th, Brandon Clean Nagelvoort 9th, Gabe B in the number 18 in 10th position. So that is the Senior Rotax Heat 6 A versus D underway, and that's your first lap running order. So to the top bend where there's more action to come down the main straight. Your leader, number 5, has the 27, not too far behind. Through the S's, back straight, number 3 and 91, Sean Butcher and Archie Walker are close. The 33 and 27 swapping places. Oakley Pryor getting ahead. Top end. Down the main straight. And we go once again. So there is a swap. Oakley Pryor up into 2nd. Archie Walker up into 4th. Ryan Willis staying in 7th. Jack Gorin 8th. Still lots to happen from this heat yet. Everyone flying through the horseshoe for now. So towards the top bend and down we come once again. That lead for Matthew Higgins. What is the gap? That gap is nearly a second. It's just under. 34.19 fastest lap time set by the number 91 of Archie Walker. As they're flying down the back straight now. The 5 with some pace, the 33 has the rest of the grid right behind him. Sam Gornall is right behind too. Looks like we've got Archie Walker, Sean Butcher, Guy Cunnington in that list as well. There's so many within a short distance. Contact warning given to Sam Gornall. So we go into Billy's. There's a dart down the inside for the 3 and 52. The number 27 losing out in a couple of positions there. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go next once again. 91 now ahead of Oakley Pryor, the 33 there. Back behind where it was near the start of this race not too many laps ago. So through the S's, back straight. so far. All of them within reach of one another. Still loads more to come. We go around the horseshoe towards the top bend. So top 10 unchanged in the order so far. Down the back straight we go. Meanwhile, Matthew Higgins leading by 1.3 seconds. Is Archie Walker going to catch anytime soon? We shall find out over the course of this race. So we lead on to lap number 8 very shortly. We're flying on through. Jack Goring with a bit of a gap behind and in front of him for now, so it's pretty comfortable there as he's going into the horseshoe next. So down the main straight we go once again. We're going on to lap number 9, and unfortunately a mechanical flag given to Daniel Sawyer in 15th position. And that's an unusual thing to almost fall off. It's his front bumper. Looking rather too much to the right. Anyway, let's go back to the action, and it's all happening in the midfield as it's all starting to group up now. So down we come, down the main straight. So Sean Butcher's up into third. Oakley Pryor has lost 3 laps. There it is. 3 positions in the period we were looking at the mechanical issue with Daniel Sawyer. So we'll see him again later on during the finals. Still staying in 8th position. Brandon Clean there too. A little bit of a gap behind. Jack's catching up to Ryan Willis with Oakley Pryor just ahead. We'll see how this pans out once more again later down the road. But with just over 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, we're on to lap number 12 of this heat. So going on to lap number 13. Matthew Higgins still leading the way by 1.21 seconds. He's just about to go down the back straight now. So Archie Walker slowly catching each lap. It seems to fluctuate each lap. One goes faster, one goes slower. But towards the top end we go once again. Third position to second is quite large now. 2.28 is the gap. With number 52, Guy Cunnington catching up with Sean Butcher. Oakley Pryor's found some more pace again to Sam Gornall. So just over a minute and a half left to go. There's not long until the end of the senior Rotax Heat 6 A versus D. Matthew Higgins still leading the way, and the gap is bigger. Still unchanged from our top 10. And for most of the grid pretty much. It's all mellowed out just for the moment, but is everybody waiting until the real latest parts of the race? We shall find out, as always, a bit later on. So coming over the line now is our third position. Sean Butcher there. Had a Guy Cunnington. Eckley Pryor still sat in 6th. Jack Goring's been in number 8 for a while. He's got a gap in front and behind. So that gap behind him is closing. So 27 seconds. We need last probably 2 laps here, as our leader Matthew Higgins comes over the start finish. Fastest lap time of this race is Archie Walker at a 33.89. So down towards the horseshoe he goes. And towards the top bend will be coming to the closing stages now. This is where things could potentially change. So down the main straight he comes. That's Matthew Higgins taking the last lap board. Archie Walker second. So what are we going to get? Is there any action to change? So the 52, then the 27. It's still unchanged from these guys for the moment. And girls, guys and girls, out there on the circuit. But coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag already. Nothing really happened on that. Matthew Higgins takes checker flag, followed by Archie Walker. Then it's Sean Butcher, Guy Cunnington. Then it's Sam Gornall. Oakley Pryor 6th, Ryan Willis 7th, Jack Goring 8th, Brandon Clean Nagelvort 9th, and then Gabe B will take 10th. That one finished out of nowhere. 1 minute's last lap, next second. It's there, right. We have the last heat of today upcoming, the 177 Rotax. Heat number 3. For some reason I thought I was saying 1777. So hopefully you're all enjoying what's going on here at the circuit at home. Try and cover as much as we can, and later on we'll have the finals. So that's when things could get spicy. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for the final heat of today. And it's going to be the 177 Rotax taken to the grid. Edward Matthews on pole, Ryan Taylor-Truman to the left. So let's see what we get from the 177s this time round. 22 drivers on the circuit. See, number 1 there comes onto circuit. Daniel Tate, late coming to the circuit. So we're on the top end of the circuit, just our last straggler. Let's come on through at the horseshoe. And we will be going back around once again. So back round before the start of the 177 heats number 3. So we'll get slowed up once again. We'll hopefully get slowed up once again. So to the top end. So let's see them fly on down. So top end. Coming on down now, and let's get ready to start. The 177 Rotax heat number 3. So around Billy's we go side by side just before the S's, and the one that's going to get ahead there is the 79, Edward Matthews. Going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then towards the top end, we'll get ready for the running order to start this heat off. So it's Edward Matthews, then Maya Taylor-Truman, then Samuel Ward, then Luke Oliver, then Harrison Crook, Sam Windsor, Ian Branfield, Louis Lodge, Thomas Hinton, and then Dan Milner. The slow ones coming round the back of the grid. We're going side by side at the hairpin. Some on the outside, some on the inside. Number 2 was in that one. We've got a few problems at the back with some going slow. Not sure what's happening there for those drivers, but nevertheless, coming down the main straight. And get ready for the rest of it. So Edward Matthews still leading the way, just under half a second the gap. Second and third are very close together. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Samuel Ward. So I believe that is 3 drivers to head to the pits. So that is the end of their race, unfortunately. Unable to keep the race running for themselves. Hopefully they'll be able to get it sorted later on during the finals. Lost to Philip Howarth, Adam Sadler and Daniel Tribe. Yellow flags at Billy's. One's on slow going on the left side. He's keeping it going though. Didn't see what happened on that side of things. So back to the action at the front. That's where the important stuff is for the moment. It's the E-play of Ryan Taylor-Truman out into second place. So, car recovery just at the back of the back straight. There it is. So it's 79, then the E, then it's the 68, then 97, 72. And down the main straight they come. Contact warning given to Ollie Hancock. Down in 16th position, out of 20 currently running drivers. So through the S's go our leader, and then second to fourth, the 97 right behind the 72 of Harrison Crook there. Branfield on that lap, losing a couple of positions there, but meanwhile our top 5 is still unchanged for Heat 3 of the 177 Rotax. Let's have a few listen laps. onto that one and give it to Thomas Hinton. But meanwhile, Edwin Matthews still leading the way here on heat number 3 for the 177 Rotax. He has the best lap time of this heat so far, 34.77. And no one is around for him. 1.81 is the gap. The E-Pay of Brian Taylor Truman. Hopefully going to try and catch up to him. And I'm saying hopefully on his behalf, not my behalf. Third position at threats with Harrison Crook and Luke Oliver going around, and looks like it's already changing. Someone is slow. The 72 and 90 are 72 and 97 are through. So Samuel Ward there, the 68, slow when he came out of Billy's. So he's now backed right into the pack behind. So as we come on down the main straight once again, just over 4 minutes left. Samuel Ward knocked down to 5th position. Ian Bramfield ahead of Thomas Hinton on that lap. The 97 staying right on the rear of the 72 of Harrison Crook during these stages of the race. We're already on to lap number 10. 4 drivers down, unfortunately. John Cornell, Philip Howarth, Adam Sadler, and Daniel Tate. Hopefully we will see them all perfect, ready for the final split later on. Let's say a bit later on, or quite a while to go yet. 3 minutes 27 left on the clock. So mechanical flag's just been given to Ollie Hancock, unfortunately. As we go on to lap number 12 of this race. And he's already into the pits, Ollie Hancock. So we're down yet another driver, unfortunately. 18 currently running out there on the circuit. As we lead through the rest of this race, lap number 12, just under 2.5 minutes left to go. So Edward Matthews leading by 2.13. Harrison Crook behind the 97. Luke Oliver is in 3rd position at the moment. Harrison losing a few tenths every now and then as we keep on round on this circuit, going through buttons towards the top bend. So just over a minute left on the clock. Edward Matthews leading by 2.26 seconds on lap number 15. The whole grid's unchanged for the moment position-wise. So as we go around the horseshoe for the number 79. 36 of lead. Todd just going over the line there. Down in 18th position. So not much happening in this race so far. Harrison Crook a little bit further behind. To Luke Oliver. Saving the pace for a bit later on, possibly. Number 68 is Samuel Ward in 5th. Louis Large still in 6th position. 33 right on the back of Ian Branfield and the number 46. As the clock is finished ticking, we still have this lap to go plus the extra. So, close the stage is the 177 Rotax heat number 3. Let's see how it goes. So coming down the main straight then. It is the last lap board for Edward Matthews. 2.79 seconds ahead. And led the way from pretty much the beginning. So going down the back straight he goes. Around and towards the horseshoe. Still unchanged from the grid as well. Buttons. Top bend. And then we'll lead to down the main straight, winning the 177 Rotax heat number 3. It's the number 79, Edward Matthews, followed by Ryan Taylor Truman, then Luke Oliver. Harrison Croak 4th, Samuel Ward 5th, Louis Large 6th, Ian Branfield 7th, Thomas Hinton 8th, Sam Winton 9th, and Dan Milner rounds out your top 10. So that's it, that's all the heats completed. And we'll have the finals not too far away, ladies and gents. Get ready. Because it's going to be pretty close. Right, ladies and gentlemen, whilst you're all just sitting there in silence, we'll be back after about 20 minutes or so to continue the finals and get the Rotax Festival, well, unfortunately, get the Rotax Festival to its closure. We'll see you all very soon.
All I know is that I could go anywhere, anywhere, as long as you're with
You spin around in my head. Did you really mean the words you said? Yeah. 'Cause the way I see it, you had every chance to walk away. Yeah. You and me are perfect, but I don't wanna hurt no one. When all is said and done, just tell me that I'm worth it. Tell me I'm the only
The Rotax Festival will be continuing shortly. So sit back, relax, get ready, because the finals will be kicking off soon. Right, so we're a mere few moments away and then we can get stuff underway here. So, sorry about the bit of a delay, but we can get going, ladies and gents. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's the Junior Rotax B final to start the day. Well, to start the day, I mean start the finals. Kicking it off once again. So you probably want to know who's in the B final, starting at the front. And I'll be able to tell you it's Jack Cooper on pole. To the left of him will be Alfie Gallagher. Evie Poulain will be behind Jack Cooper in the number 56, and to her left is William Antrobus. So it's finals time, bit of a wait in between, but we're ready to get going. So here we go. Formation going up to the top. Let's get ready to kick this off and get the finals underway. So coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start what is the Junior Rotax B final for the Rotax Festival 2022. We got yellow flags at Billy's already. Going through the S's down the back straight. We'll find out who is leading very shortly. And leading the way is the number 56, I think I just saw. So going up to the top bend, let's get ready. As we go into the first proper lap. So, it is the number 56, followed by the 62, then the 16, then it's the number 57, William Antrobus. Just remember the top 4 will get to go into the main final. So, it's all about this final for some of them to continue on. The coverage is still live over on YouTube, so if you do want to send your support during the finals, then feel free to pop over there anytime. There's Evie Poulain, who is currently leading the way. William Antrobus fastest lap, 36.36. More yellow flags down at Billy's. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. The number 62 slowly catching the number 56. The midfield is pretty much all together. So we're keeping on our third position as well. They fly over the start-finish line. Alfie Gallagher losing 2 positions to Rick Hayward and Ben Crosley. Matthew Lambert's in third. And just a reminder to let you know, the B finals are 12 minutes plus a lap, but the rest of the finals are all 15 minutes plus a lap. That's a lot of time out there for the drivers. Meanwhile, at the horseshoe, the 88, he's lost his power and he's off in the grass. So we keep going on round. We're on currently on lap number 4. So going up towards the top bend once again. Evie is still leading the way, only by 0.12, because Edward Leader is close, and they are side by side before the S's, and ahead goes Edward Leader. And just as his surname is, leading the way. He is the leader at this current time. Third at the moment, number 57. So it's the 62, followed by the 56, and the 57, then the 16. That's your top 4. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe once more. 5th position of Matthew Lambert. Hanging in the middle of the pack from 3rd downwards. It's all spread even at the front there. Number 56 just about keeping on the rear of the 62. Edward Leader at the front. Well, let's go a little bit further down the grid. Josh Camp's in 11th position, Derek Metters 12th. Jack Cooper in 17th, George Spilsbury 18th, Arthur Thacker 19th. Flying down the order, Archie Bottle 22nd, Alfie Gallagher making up a position that lap as well. We read it all out. And it's fairly even between our front two. Will EVP and the number 56 get closer to Edward Leader, or is it going to stay like this for a few laps? We shall find out very soon as we go on to lap number 9. So around the horseshoe, splitting off 2s and 2s now. There's a number 16 of George Donald. Catching up with with William Antrobus. I'll get the right name some point. And into Billy's once again they go. So going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. The 62 still lead into the 56, but that gap is closing, and it is closing fast. Just over 5.5 minutes left on this final already. So coming down the main straight once again. Through the S's, down the back straight. And again, we fly through the hairpin. Our third position of William Antrobus. Pulled away from George Donald is now slowly catching. You can see that gap. That gap getting smaller. So down the main straight we go. Once again, onto lap 12. Number 56 leading the way. So EB now back up into the top position for this one. Edward no longer leading. And William Antrobus in third. Just hanging in there. Number 16 not too far behind. And like I said, Matthew Lambert just hanging in that 5th position. Archie Bottled up into 14th that lap. As we come down the main straight, see everybody along the fence line on the YouTube live stream. Just absolutely crazy to see. But it's a 56 leading the way with just over 4 minutes left on the clock of this B final for the Junior Rotax. Going through buttons. Trying to go down the inside there. It was the 46. Josh Campbell, I think that was on to Ben Crosley. So back down we come once again. Top 13 unchanged. Logan Bennett up into 12th. So got a lot more to come from this final, B final. 3 minutes 14 left on the clock as we come back down for lap number 15 now. As they go back into Billy's. The number 56 with the fastest lap time of 35.00. And she's matched it last time. Sorry, it was a tenth slower last time. 35.10. So still within that pace. Edward Leader doing a personal best, 35.08. We'll see how this goes as they come down the main straight once more. Kind of flying on through to Billy's once again, lap 16. We've only lost one in this race, unfortunately. Deacon Russell, the number 88, unfortunately, out of this race. what else are we going to see? Well, we're going to see a really late lunge down the inside. A bit of contact made, though. I think that was on the number 46 that caused that one. Only just looking as he was going through the horseshoe. But keep on going through. It's the 56 still leading. And leading by just over half a second. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. Fourth position, looking on third. George Donald trying to get involved in the top three battle. So top bend down the main straight, and we're back once more for this final. So the gap's closing between the 56 and the 62 with just over a minute left on this B final. So coming down the main straight once again. And you can see number 62 closing the gap. Is getting smaller each time round. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Once again, the number 57 still staying in third for now. George Donald in fourth. Again, the top four promoted to the main final a little bit later on. So top bend. And down the main straight once again. There's still 14 seconds. We're going to squeeze an additional one. So on to lap 20. Through the S's, down the back straight. The gap is still closing slowly, but is it enough before the end of the B final? So around the horseshoe towards Buttons and then the top bend. And we will go for what will be the final lap of this B final. So Junior Rotax B final, a few corners to go. Round and through the S's goes the 56, leading the way still to the 62. Going around the hairpin, the gap 0.3. Around the horseshoe. Buttons. Top bend. And ladies and gentlemen, coming through from the top bend, winning the Junior Rotax B final, it is the number 56 EVP. Followed by Edward Leader in second, William Antrobus in third, and George Donald will take P4. And that is the first B final complete. And we'll see the top four a bit later on. So there we go, that's Junior Rotax B final. Alfie Bichel's the Junior A final after this one. Nope. We still got the Senior B final, then the Cadet final, Minimax, and it will go to like a usual running order for like the club rounds and such. So we will see Evie Boulain, Edward Leader, William Antrobus and George Donald in the main final a bit later on. We're on race 15 of 21. I'm about to go on to race 16. We'll see them on race 19 for the grand final. So I hope you're all excited at home, ready for the rest of this one. Just to also note, the top 4 is provisional for the second, obviously. It's not 100% sure, but we should see them in the 4 if everything is good. Right, so Senior Rotax B final. Let's see who is where. So starting on pole is Alexander Baker for this one. He'll be on the right hand side, as pole is on the right side of this one. To his left will be Jack Stedman. Behind him though will be Jack Gorin, the number 15, and to Jack's left it'll be Joshua Carrad. So as they go around to get ready to form up this grid, the Senior Rotax B final, the top 4 promoted to the main final. Let's see what occurs with this one. So we're going towards the top bend, and then we can get the B final underway. So coming down the main straight now. Here we go. Not yet though. We'll be going for another lap round. So we'll attempt this one once more. Gridding up and slow them down just by the horseshoe. So let's go to the top bend then. Let's get this show on the road. Coming down the main straight then, attempt number 2. And it is the Senior Rotax B final underway as they go all into Billy's, who is going to end out in front of this one. So going through the S's, back straight is the 62. Someone's backwards going up the S's curbs. It's a bit of a gridlock. It's a bit like a motorway there. Gridlock. There's a couple of drivers not had anywhere to go. Right, let's continue on. First lap drama, but it's a 62 that is ahead. Then it's Alexander Baker, then it's Joshua Carrad, then it's Jack Goring in 4. Yellow flags at Billy's. We've got a slow driver. The 48 there, the slow going around Billy's, but let's continue on. The 62 still leading. Jack Goring now ahead. Contact warning given to Andrew Hughes. So 62, 26, 15, then the E-plate. And just a reminder, top 4 go to the main final a little bit later on. So through the S's, back straight to number 62. So towards the top bend we go. Jack Stedman leading the way. Alexander Baker second. Jack Goring third. Joshua Carrad in 4th. Bit of a gap between second and third. Just over half a second between them. So we'll see how this one plays out soon. So we're going around the horseshoe. The 67 catching up Andrew Hughes. We have another contact warning. 2 contact warnings just been issued to Bertie Wellesley and also Daniel Sawyer. So through the S as we go for the main pack. A driver hopping into the pits. Unfortunately, that's Jordan Morris, I believe. As we have a barrier. One of the rotor barriers moved out of the way due to a big whack. Fortunately, I know they're not too heavy. So the 62 still leading the way to the 26. Horseshoe well out of contention for the minute whilst they sort out the barriers. Very swift and quick repair there by the 2 marshals. And we've got a mechanical flag. It's all happening here. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, mechanical flag. So, lap number 6 then. So much has happened in the first stages of this race. So, coming down the main straight then, your current leader, it is the number 62, 26, and then the 15. And there is a reasonable gap between second and third and fourth. Jack Gorin got a nice little bit of pace out there. The E-plate side by side with the 67. It's going to be 3 wide before the hairpin. Who's going to come out in front of this one? Someone's wobbly on the grass still. So it's a 56. Sorry, not 56. Where did I get the 56 from? Right, we'll get this updated in a second. Hang on. So coming down the main straight then. So it's a 66. So Declan Russell out of nowhere with Drew Perry, then Andrew Hughes, then Joshua Carrad. A lot happening there coming out of the exit of the hairpin. So that's our new updated order there. Number 17 and the E-plate. E-plate losing a lot of pace so far in the second half of this. Well, coming up to the second half of this B final. Jack Gorin still chilling in third for now. Will he catch up with Alexander Baker and Jack Steadman ahead? Because that gap behind him is growing. 3.16. Down the inside goes a man in 6th up into 5th. That's Andrew Hughes up a position. So down the main straight we go yet again. So Andrew Hughes up into 5th, Pedro Oliveira losing a couple of positions. So far this race, we've lost Jordan Morris, Jamie Tilstead and Lincoln Bailey Arneson. So now, just under halfway through this race now. Let's keep going. Ben Page up into 12th position. So the main front of the pack, very split apart. Jack Steadman, just under a second. Just over a second now. Jack Gorin is second and a half, pretty much behind. And Declan Russell, 3 seconds. The pace of our front three is absolutely flying. Andrew Hughes, the 67. Trying to catch up to Declan Russell. But for the meantime, there's not anything happening. Everything's happened at the start. I think most of them are saving it all for the later stages of the B final. So as we go on to lap number 15 then. Jag 7 leading by nearly 2 seconds. Jack Gorin is slowly eating away at the delta time to get closer to Alexander Baker. Declan Russell in 4th. We've lost Andrew Hughes, which was running in 5th position at the time. I'm going to assume to a mechanical issue with the car. But that means we've got 5 that have retired from this race for different means. But it's Jack Steadman leading the way. Fast lap time is 34.07. Wow. 34.07 set really only a couple of laps ago actually. So coming down the main street once again. And we're going on to just over 2 minutes left. Ben Page up into 9th with Bertie Wellesley in 10th. Alex Harrell on 11th. Going down the order a little bit. Ben Fichetti into 13th. Pedro Oliveira down to 14th. Well, let's have a look at the battle for 4th because it's happening now. The number 17 straight into the inside. Not of the driver, but off the corner. And up into 5th goes Jack Maidman. Pulled that move off very quickly, but it's already under threat as we go through the S's. And a dart down the inside from Drew Perry. They're side by side very temporarily. And into the horseshoe. 17 still ahead for that 5th position. But there's still 4 seconds to find. With just over a minute to go on this race. So coming over the line they are. And down into the horseshoe go our leaders. Jack Steadman leading by nearly 3 seconds now. Alexander Baker got some catching up to do, but Jack Gorin is catching. And that time has been tumbling every single lap so far. So coming down the main straight, he comes. And it is stable for now. No changes between the two. As we go into our 20th lap. 14 seconds left. It's going to be close to see if we can squeeze an additional lap in, which I believe we will not be able to, but that doesn't matter. So coming down the main straight. It is the last lap of this B final. It's Jack Steadman, Alexander Baker, Jack Gorin, Declan Russell. And then it's not until another 5.6 seconds later that battle for fifth, slowing them right down. But ladies and gentlemen, to the top bend we go, because winning the Senior Rotax B final by a little bit of a margin, it's the number 62, Jack Stedman, followed by the 26 of Alexander Baker. And then it's Jack Goring takes third, Declan Russell fourth. As it all changes in the midfield. But your top four, Jack Stedman, Alexander Baker, Jack Goring, Declan Russell. They might be in to the main final a little bit later on. So there we go, we have a result. Well, it's obviously provisional, but our top four drivers into the main final, which I know Jack Goring would be pretty happy about. So that's all the B finals complete. We're on to the long haul of the finals. Shout out to Bertie Wellesley, well done in Senior Max. Great job in Senior Max. Oh, same thing. Okay, ladies and gents, time for the grand finals. So, 15 minutes plus a lap. Jarrett Clark will be on pole. To his left is Rocco Shenton. Behind Jarrett Clark will be Ethan Griffiths, and to his left will be Noah Barham. So, let's see how this one pans out very soon. As they near towards the top bend. So 2 warming up laps. And then we can get this one underway. So we'll see what we get from the Honda Cadets. This one could get interesting. We shall see how it goes. So they're nice and slowly going down the back straight, which is quite nice. So coming along the main straight now, let's get this one underway as we get ready. Not yet. We'll go back round once again. So I'll try this time round, hopefully. So, slowly making our way to top bend, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get this Honda Cadet Grand Final underway for the Rotax Festival 2022. So, top bend on their way down. Let's get this one underway. And this time it is all good and golden. Who is going to be out ahead at the start of this one? So around Billy's they go. Through the S's and down the back straight. It's going to be the E plates. Rocco Shenton leading the way. So around the horseshoe. And towards the top bend we go, and then we'll be able to get your running order properly as they come round the circuit. Right, so it's the E plate followed by the 55. That's your top two at least. There's Ethan Griffiths, the number 99, then Noah Barham, the 22. And that is your top four for this one. Some of them going onto the grass there, just coming out of the... going into the entrance of the horseshoe. So on their way down to go into the second one. When I say the second one, the second lap of this race. Still very close between the tops. Jarrett Clark is the one leading the way. So, what prizes do you reckon they're going to be getting? Well, I do know this one because of our lovely sponsor for this one, the JAG Rotax, JAG Engineering, bringing in some lovely prizes. The Honda Cadet. So, first place will be obviously getting a trophy, a trolley bag and a beanie. I do love a good beanie. Second place will be getting a trophy, windbreak and a t-shirt. Third place driver will be getting a trophy backpack dry fit t-shirt. Fourth place will be getting a trophy tie bag and a dry fit t-shirt. Fifth place, trophy and a t-shirt. And then sixth place, a trophy and a dry fit t-shirt. Like I said, all donated very kindly by JAG Engineering. So massive thank you to you guys, as always, supporting the Rotax Festival yet again. Love a good beanie. Right, so let's get back to the action here at the circuit, and it is the top four leading the way in this race. Jarrett Clark leading the way, Rocco Shenton in the E place second, Noah Barham third, Max Endicott fourth. A little bit further behind, fifth place is too wide through the S's for, I think that was the 67 of Kai Clark. So from fifth downwards, it's all very close. A little few changes here for the horse for our top four. We'll find out as they go to top bend, and we'll get ready to come down the main straight once more. So here we go. And it's still the 55 leading the way as Noah Barham in second, Rocco Shenton third, Max Endicott fourth. Darting down the inside, I think that was the fourth position of the 18 Max Endicott on the E plates. So around the hairpin they go, and towards the horseshoe is the next place. So swapping all for there, but the fifth downwards are on the way, with Oliver Majewski leading that pack as we come down the main straight. Some annoying revving going on behind me. But nevertheless, Max Endicott up into third. But the rest of the grid pretty much unchanged as we go through the S's and down the back straights. The E-plate losing a bit of pace here as he's dropping back from the top three. So through towards the horseshoe is our next destination. The 55 still leading this one. as we go to the top bend again. We'll be going on to lap number 7. Meanwhile, contact warning given to Ethan Griffiths in 8th position. It is very tight around there. Meanwhile, a few changes possibly happening before the S is one of them backing out. 67 behind the E-plate. I think Oliver Majusi's got ahead of the E-plate now. So the E-plate of Rocco Shenton right in the mix with 5th downwards. A little hop and contact going on in that midfield as well. I definitely saw a jump of a kart going there. All still going round fine. And that's the main thing during this final. That battle for 4th. It's proper heating up. Look at them fly through. Rocco Shenton losing 3 places. Kai Clark losing 2. Jake Cossey's joining this one. He's in 9th. Meanwhile, our front runners, the top 3. The 55, 22, and the 18. Rocco Shenton's really flying down the order. His pace has gone completely here. So here we go. There go our top 3. And here comes the rest of the midfield. This one only really just beginning. Once again. And there's still 8.5 minutes to go, ladies and gents. It's a long final to wait for. So coming up to the top bend once again. And we'll see where this final ends up with. So down the main straights. Past the start finish. Let's listen to a couple of the laps. Listening to the roar of the Honda Cadets. So Jared Clark still leading the way. Rocco Shenton given a contact warning just then as well. If you want to see the other contact warnings, available on the YouTube live stream on the right hand side of the screen. But that midfield pack, it is changing constantly, all for 4th position as well. So towards the top bend and down the main straights. Is there going to be a change here for the lead? And there possibly might be. Going down the inside was the 22. Contact. Yep. Going through the S's. It's the 22 now ahead of the 55. I was just looking at a warning that popped up on the screen then. There's one that was already issued. So we're going back around once again, going on to lap 13. Jarek Clark now down into 2nd. Contact warning given to the number 33. A lot of contact warnings being issued so far in this race. We're looking at 6 contact warnings so far. So down the main straight, and it is still unchanged from these ones at the moment. It's the 22 Noah Barham winning winning, leading the way. So these grand finals, 15 minutes long. We've got some more contact warnings coming through. Rocco Shenton, another one. And Oliver Majewski, a contact warning as well. This coming from that big grid, big pack of them behind the WC of Bella Fairclough. So it's heating up. We've got to be careful. So top 3 fine, going on through. And then 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all flying through. That's been all mixed up as we go on to lap 15 of this final. A few more changes for 4th. So Ethan Griffiths, Kai Clark, number 33. And then Jake Cosey 7th. Sam Mott 8th. And then move down the inside, that is the 67 of Kai Clark. Starting to lose count of where everyone is. So your top 3 going on through. So go over the start finish. Just there, 4 minutes left on the clock still, and there comes the rest of the pack. There is a near enough 5-second gap between 3rd and 4th. So the rest of the pack coming through the hairpin now. 40.68 is the fastest lap time, I think. Yeah, 40.68 is fastest one by number 33, Emerson M. This field spreading so much, and almost 5 seconds between 3rd and 4th. Just shows the pace of our top 3 so far. They're in a train of 3. Literally just a train. So everyone's flying down the back straight there. Just under 3 minutes now to go. Will tiredness be setting in for any of these, or all of these ploughing through with plenty of energy? Number 33 up into 4th. We've lost one driver in this one, Albie Lapper in number 21, in 21st and number 29. He's the only driver who retired from this one, unfortunately. But coming down the main straight is your leaders. 2 minutes left to go for the grand final of the cadets. So back round we go. Jared Clark now leading the way, the 55. He's regained the lead. Max Endicott down to into second, and then Noah Barham into 3rd. We've seen these 3 swap positions quite often. Is it going to change again as we go into the hairpin? 2 of them taking a defensive line as one goes down the inside. It's the 22 sneaking back up into 2nd. So up the top bend and down the main straight we go. Lap 21. That's a lot of laps for the Honda Cadets. 33 seconds left to go. So we're on the final stages of this race. So through the S's, down the back straight goes our 33, who is in 4th at the moment. Is it changing between our front lot again? It's almost 3 wide. 55 steel leaders, the 22, then the 18. As they go up towards the top bend. Are we going to see a drag race to the end? So let's go, ladies and gentlemen, and keep an eye on these because we are on the last lap of this race. So, Billy's through the S's, the top 3 still unchanged from one another. Is it going to change as we go into the hairpin, to the horseshoe? Is anyone swapping position as an attempt to? It's still the 55, 22, 18. Coming up to the top bend. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Winning the Honda Cadets Grand Final for the Rotax Festival 2022 is Jarrett Clark, the number 55. Followed by Noah Barron and then Max Endicott 3rd. Emerson M in the number 33 takes 4th. Ethan Griffiths 5th, and then Jake Cozzy, the number 69, in 6th. The top 6 there, winning those awesome prizes from JAG Engineering. So massive thank you to them. And that will do for the Honda Cadets for this festival. To the next one then, Minimax. So the Minimaxes will be out next. Let's see how this one pans out. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. It's time for the Minimax Grand Final. Ooh, let's see how this one goes. There's some really annoying revving goes on behind me. Scott Marsh on pole. To the left will be Joshua Graham. Behind Scott Marsh will be Ollie Wise. And then Hugh Moulton 4th. All the names on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream. So let's get ready for 15 minutes of Minimax action up here at Clay Pigeon Raceway for the Rotax Festival 2022. So going to the top bend then, let's get ready for this one. So going to be going back round once again. So top bend then, let's get this Mini Max Grand Final out of the way. So coming down the main straight, here we go. And it's all good to go as they fly on into Billy's. A couple of them getting a bit squirmy there. But everyone's there, just about kicking it in. There's one slow. And we have a lot of spinners at the back. So here's going to be the one out in front though, at the front of this grid. Let's have a look. So going around the horseshoe, it is the number 88 in front, followed by the 51. As they come down the main straight then, let's get going. So it's Joshua Graham, then Hugh Moulton, then Scott Marsh, then Thomas in the number 76, Ollie Wise 5th, Sebastian Min 6th. And then William Murphy 7th. I say 7 because there's 7 lots of prizes to be won for the Rotax Festival. All courtesy of JAG Engineering, of course. So coming down the main straight we go for the second instalment of the laps, and looking like a potential change. We go into Billy's. So round we come through the S's. And the O plate, Scott Marsh, is now into the lead from third. Ready, contact, want to give it to Hugh Moulton on the opening lap as well. So down the main straight we come. Scott Marsh leading to Joshua Graham, then Hugh Moulton, fastest on track at the moment. Around the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. And towards the top end, let's get going for the next instalment. Meanwhile, whilst all of this opening stage is happening, we'll talk about the trophies and prizes. Like we keep saying, JAG Engineering with these prizes. So 7th will be getting a trophy and 2 t-shirts. So get your clothing up. 6th place, we're getting a trophy and urban bag. Ooh, I wonder what that looks like. Plus a t-shirt. 5th place, we're getting a trophy, windbreak coat, and a t-shirt. Windbreak coat will probably come useful up at Clay Pigeon. Obvious reasons. 4th place, trophy, windbreak coats again, and a dry fit t-shirt. 4th place, trophy. I just said that one. 3rd place, a trophy, set of Mojo tyres. Oh yeah, a set of tyres and a dry fit t-shirt. There's some money right there in that prize. 2nd place will also be getting a trophy, also getting a set of Mojo tyres, a towel, and a t-shirt. Probably use a towel after it rains up here at Clay. And then 1st place, one of the biggest and probably one of the best prizes to get. A trophy, short engine, trolley bag, and a beanie. Yes, the best part is the beanie. No, I'm only joking. The short engine is an absolute awesome prize. So, massive thank you to JAG Engineering, of course. But hey, use a set of tyres for the festival, get a set of tyres. It works out in many different ways. Who is it going to be getting these prizes though? Well, we've still got over 10.5 minutes to go to find out the results. That's a long 10 minutes for the Mini Maxes out there. But at least it's staying dry, that's all I care. So still unchanged from our top 4 for the moment as we go around the horseshoe. Scott Marsh still leading from the 88 to the 51 to the 76. Top bend and down the main straight as we go into lap number 9 of the Rotax Festival Mini Max Grand Final. Harrison Whitcomb in 9th position. Lucas Howell, the WC plate, in 15th. Ribbon Dan down in 22nd. Ollie Wise in 7th. And just in there for the trophies and prizes. So we've got yellows down at Billy's. For very temporarily, we've got a spin there from one of the drivers near the back of the grid, the 66. And I think that's 55 going on the inside of the driver that was in front of them at that current time. But nevertheless, back to the front of the grid, and it is Scott Marsh leading the way still. Thomas in number 76, 35, 66 is the fastest lap time to beat if you want the fastest lap. So let's go once again. Just over 8 minutes to go. There's loads of times. Let's have a listen to these engines, shall we? A few changes going during the course of the listening period. Ollie Wise up into 6th, Daniel Armour up into 8th, William Murta into 9th, Sebastian Mins down a couple of places during those listening laps. Lucas Howell up to 15th, but our top 3 is unchanged, and Scott Marsh is just flying away, fastest on track as well, 35.42. Those times are tumbling during this grand final. He's still just dipping under 6 minutes on this final as well. So we'll keep an eye on anything that's happening. It's all happening at the hairpin. What's up, trying to get ahead of others. The 77 losing out of place. I believe Sebastian Mins there. With 41 stopping positions during that lap. Freddie Baker, the number 18. I believe has popped into the pits. We'll just confirm that a little bit later on. down 12 positions, so I assume he has done. So already 2 drivers down on this one. Yeah, Cassell saying Team 66, I guess, and that's good with Harrison Whitcomb. He's in 7th and potentially winning that prize from JAG Rotax. So speeding on through the rest of this race. We're on lap number 18 now. Just dipping under 4 minutes left, so let's just see which pressure is getting to who at the front. But we definitely know it's not going to be Scott Marsh. He's flew ahead, 1.24 second of a gap. Park a bus in that gap, that's how big it is. Maybe even a lorry at this stage. But it's a battle for second now. It's the 88 and 51, Hugh Moulton and Joshua Graham. As we say about it, the 51 ahead now. As he went down the inside of the hairpin. Defensive lines going into the horseshoe as well. Sticking right close onto the inside line. Go to the top. So Hugh Moulton up into second. Scott Marsh still leading the way. Been dominating pretty much most of the day. Most of the festival, I want to say. But Hugh Moulton, Joshua Graham as well, 76-2. Can never forget all of them battling it out constantly throughout the heats. And at the end of the day, they're all winning some pretty cool things. So we're looking just closing to the 2-minute mark remaining on this final. Scott Marsh leading by 2.01, so just over 2 seconds. Not the biggest we've had today from Scott. Hey, there's plenty of time left. Harrison Whitcomb up into 6th position on the previous lap. Ollie Wise down to 7th. Car number 13 up into 18th. And it's now 19th, so some more changes down the grid. 35.32. Scott Marsh still has loads of pace left in him. He sees the worst 15 minutes, and I guess and he thinks there's no sweat on that. So top end and down the main straight comes Scott Marsh himself. So minute 17 left on the clock. Joshua Graham up into second. Hugh Moulton down to 4th. That battle missed the battle for a second there, unfortunately, but it's all changed. So around the horseshoe they go towards the top bend. We have 50 seconds left on the clock. We're going to squeeze out a couple of more laps. We're on lap number 23. We've lost 3 drivers: Ethan Farrell, Freddie Baker and Wilf Butler. Wilf Butler was having a good day, unfortunately. A shame that he's had to retire from that one. I hope to see him again sometime soon in the future. But nevertheless, back to the action where Scott Marsh is nearly 3 seconds away. So towards the top end we go then. And down the main straight. We get, with 4 seconds remaining, an extra lap in. Scott Marsh's pace is absolutely flown off the charts. So around we go. Contact one and given to number 66, Harrison Whitcomb. He's fallen down the order out of nowhere. So here we go this time. It is the last lap. And this is it. So one last lap for the Minimax Grand Final. Who's going to take second? And it's not going to be Joshua Graham at the moment. It's going to be the 76 of Thomas Spearing. Hugh Moulton still in fourth. So around the horseshoe go our second place. But ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight, winning it by a country mile, it's Scott Marsh. And going to be taking second, it's the number 76. Last two laps out of nowhere. Joshua Graham third. Fourth, Hugh Moulton. William Murphy fifth. Ollie Wise sixth and William Murta in seventh. That's the 7 places that has the trophies and the prizes. But there we go, that's the Minimax Grand Final. Complete. Don't forget those are provisional, but the prizes are not. So hello to everybody at home. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got 3 more finals to go through. Another 45 minutes of action. That's going to be more like 50. Be done by 5. 143. That is the most I've seen in ages. So thank you to everybody who's watching at home. I hope you're all enjoying the action that we have at the Rotax Festival 2022. And don't forget, if you do miss anything, you can always watch it back. So ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Oh, it is time. It's the Junior Rotax Grand Final. Oh yes, the biggest grid of them all. Who's going to be there? Well, I can tell you for sure. I know who is there. And it's 4 drivers from our B final. And they will be starting at the back of the grid. But who's going to be at the front of the grid? That's the main question. Pearson Bullock Carter will be on pole. To his left will be Ewan Charman. That is a long list of names, and this is the fullest this track has been all weekend. It is unfortunately a driver down at the moment though, as I believe that's the number 61 off to the side there. But 29 drivers still remain. So get ready, ladies and gents. 29 drivers. This has been the fullest this has been all day. 15 minutes. Junior Rotax Grand Final. 29 drivers. Here we come. Coming down the main straight, and we're going first time as well. That tops it off even better. Right, so who's going to be ahead out of all the 29 drivers through the S's? That is a 75, Pearson Bullock Carter, who's had some brilliant pace all day today. Look at that hairpin, full as anything. Through the horseshoe. And towards the top bend we go. This is a long list, and a long list of prizes and trophies as well. So, Harry Linden leading the way, Pearson Bullock Carter second, Ewan Chalmers third, Ethan Jeff Hall fourth, Ollie Stevens fifth, Ruben Kanohan sixth. And we have prizes all the way down to 14. And all 14 getting trophies too. So going to the top bend, we'll go into our second portion of this of the Junior Rotax Grand Final. Unchanged from our front two, but it might be changing for third as there's a driver on the outer side. The CEO of Ethan Jeff Hall though. Look at it, too wide, look through a few trying to go around the outside. As the inside is all full, and a hot skip and a jump for the 54. So down the back straight we go for the leader of Harry Linden at the moment. So down the top and down the main straight we go. We're going flying over the start finish, too wide in some places. That's the camera angle you want to see. So Harry Linden, then Pearson Bullock Carter. Contact warning, a couple of contact warnings dished out. So we got the number 32 and the 42. With contact warnings there. So just over 12 minutes left to go. And this final not even begun really. So third is Ethan Jeff Hall in fourth. There is a battle, the 48, 9 and 92. So down the main straight we go once more for the Rotax Festival, going on to lap number 6. Harry Linden was the fastest, but it's Alex Duncan down in 7th with a 35.02. Going to flying down the back straight there. We've got one cart off at the exit of the S's, unfortunately. Gareth Jackson, this is not using CCTV cameras. They are using GoPros, and we do not have the budget like Alpha Timing or the British Champs. So yeah, unfortunately, that's what we got. Don't like it, sorry. as we continue through. Just a warning for a couple of drivers now. Reese Lomax and Harrison Crover. Just warnings. Not contact, just warnings. So we'll see how this goes. Harry Linden still leading the way though by just under a second. Thank you, Deep Dale Dreamer. Brilliant to have the streaming, thank you. No problem at all. I'm glad we can get this covered. It's a one-man show up here. So to try and cover a whole event like this is pretty taxing and tiring. But hopefully next year we'll have some more higher quality cameras. I know it's in the works. But, you know, small club like us, expensive cameras are a bit out of reach sometimes. Can't please everyone though. Right, so nearing 8.5 minutes soon. So we've got plenty of time to change what is this Junior Rotax Grand Final. So out of the 29 that did start, we're down to 27. Lost Benjamin Bartlett and Finn Smith in this race. So far, the number 32 ahead in 7th. Neo Clark up 3 positions as well. So contact want to go to Ben Foland as well. All the warnings on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. But what sort of action do we have out on circuit? That is the real question. And at the moment it is evenly spread from the minutes. It's the 0 and the 9 of Ethan Jeff Hall and Ollie Stevens. We come down the main straight once more. Going on through for more laps. We're on lap number 13 so far. Harry Linden still leading the way. That time is increasing slightly. Pearson Bullock Carter still holding on in there. Look at the grid still flying on down. Our leader's going down the back straight, and we still have the rest of the grid coming down the main straight. That's a long line. Right, one thing we haven't mentioned is the prizes provided by JAG Engineering. We'll go from 14th place. Yes, that's where Ben Foland is at the moment. So just because you're in 14th doesn't mean you ain't going to get anything. So 14th place is a trophy and a dry fit t-shirt. It's the same prizes again for 13th. And it's also the same for 12th as well. 11th place getting a trophy and a t-shirt. 10th place will be getting a trophy, urban bag and a t-shirt. So a few things there for yourselves. 9th place, trophy, windbreak coat and a t-shirt. And that is the same for 8th as well. For 7th, trophy, sweat jacket and a t-shirt. So something to mix it up if you are in 7th. 6th, you're getting a trophy, windbreak coat and a t-shirt. And that's exactly the same for 5th as well. 4th place, getting right up to the top of the grid. That is where Ollie Stevens is lying for the moment. You get a trophy, trolley bag and a dry fit t-shirt. That's actually a spelling mistake on this one. Dry fit. I shouldn't moan, I'm terrible with spelling mistakes. Right, the top 3 then. What is their prizes? Well, I can tell you. 3rd place, trophy, a set of Mojo tyres and a t-shirt. 2nd place, we're getting a trophy, a set of Mojo tyres, t-shirt and a towel. Like I said earlier, probably need them up here. And then first place, a trophy, short engine, trolley bag and a beanie. So some brilliant prizes there. Once again, thank you to JAG Engineering for the prizes. So just over 4 laps remaining. 18 laps completed so far in this grand final. And over 130 viewers on the YouTube live stream. Thank you to everybody who did chip into the YouTube live stream. Brilliant to see. A lot of contact warnings coming on out as we're on the right hand side of that YouTube live stream as well. Meanwhile, Harry Linden leading 0.82. That is the gap so far in this race. Junior Rotax Grand Final. We still got a long way to go. 3 minutes 20. So 2 minutes 50. Harry Linden still leading the way. The time is creeping down though as they come down the main straight. Got Ethan Jeff Hall in third. And then Ollie Stevens fourth. They have broken away from the rest of the field. 3 seconds is the gap to fourth and fifth position. Right, let's continue this one then. Minute and a half to go. Harry Linden still leading. The time is creeping down for the number 75. George Donald with a contact warning down in 26th position. So it's heating up down the rear of the pack. As we come to the closing stages of this final, still a minute to go. There's so much we got to go through yet. So what is it we're going to see from the closing stages? Is the 75 of Pearson Bullock Carter going to get close enough before the Junior Rotax Grand Final ends? Too wide coming out of the S's there. That is from fifth downwards, so that battle's going away well earlier than I expected. Down the inside, the 48, I think that is, Ewan Charman. And he does get a contact warning for that one, unfortunately. So here we go. 9 seconds left. We'll focus back to our leaders for this one. Are we going to see anything change between the top two? There is just over half a second to find in less than a lap. The last lap board is out and ready. So around Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. buttons, and then to the top end. Ladies and gentlemen, winning the Junior Rotax Grand Final, it is the number 7 of Harry Linden, then Pearson Bullock Carter, Ethan Jeff Hall, then Ollie Stevens. That's your top 4. Who's going to be getting the rest of it? There's number 32, then 48, 63. Then we've got Neo Clark in 8th, Ruben Canohan in 9th, Daniel C in number 10, Alfie Davies 11th, Gabe Fairbrother in the GB plate 12th, Ben Fullen 13th, and Alexander Z in the number 66 in 14th. I'm saying 14th because there's 14 prizes. So there we go, that's the end for the Junior Rotax Grand Final. We have just over half an hour left of racing to go. 2 more finals, the Senior Rotax Grand Final and the 177 Grand Final. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Senior Rotax Grand Final. Let's see how big this one is, and it is 30 drivers big, including the top 4 from the B final. Jack Horan's in there. He's starting from the back though. Who's on the front though? Kai Hunter starts on the right hand side. He's on pole. To his left, it's gonna be Matthew Higgins, followed by Callum Bradshaw behind Kai Hunter, and to the left of Callum will be Sean Butcher. So 15 minutes to 30 senior Rotaxes. Let's go for the senior Rotax Grand Final for the Rotax Festival 2022. Yellow flags already at Billy's. Everyone else though, pretty much staying true to the circuit. So going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, here is the one that's going to be ahead, and that's going to be the number 2. That's Kai Hunter, who's been absolutely on fire today during the heats. Let's get that order though ready for you as we go on around. So, Kai Hunter, then Callum Bradshaw, then Matthew Higgins, Guy Cunnington, that's just top 4. Talking of 4th, he stopped, he's slow, and he's off the circuit. He's not been able to continue. Contact warning given to Sam Cornell. He was in 7th position at the time of Alpha updating. So down the main straight we go. That's number 52 that had the issue. Is Guy Cunnington. Jesus, it's so big. It's so big. It updates in weird ways. Unfortunately, Guy Cunnington out of this race, which is a shame. He's had some pace as well today. That would have been interesting to see where he would have gone with the finals, but back to the top we go. So down the main straight we come. Kai Hunter with a little bit of a gap. Matthew Higgins is in 2nd. And through the S's we go down the back straight. Number 2 leading 5, then 25. Kai ahead by 0.3. That could be a little bit bigger by the end of this one. We shall find out. Matthew Higgins getting a contact warning. He's in 2nd position at the moment. I've been from a previous event before this one. Before this contact warning. Anyway, going down the main straight. John Butcher up into 4th. William Ellswood in 5th position there. Meanwhile, the rest of the grid is pretty full. Looking at the rear of the pack, there's a few battles going on there. Just going into the hairpin, trying to sneak around the outside. Who is that person trying to sneak around the outside? Well, that was the number 43. They all flying over the start finish straight at the front. Archie Walker up into 9th position, with Miles Barthorpe in 10th. And look at them all snaking through the S's of the horseshoe. This is a long line of senior Rotaxes, just like everyone who parked up along the fence line watching this one go. So a few changes. Magic Mirror up into 6th position. Archie Walker up into 8th. The Miles Barthorpe contact warning. He thought I was going to say he's going up in position. He did. It's just a contact warning though. As we go around the horseshoe, the number 2 still leading the way at the moment. You see them all flooding through on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. We've been live all day, over 7 hours of near enough non-stop commentary. Through the S's down the back straights, the number 2, 5:25. That's still unchanged, and that gap 0.44. Fastest out on track at the moment is Archie Walker, 33.92. Number 91 having some pace at the opening stages of this grand final. Just listening to them all flying over the start finish. Archie Brown up in position, Brandon Haig up in position. Matty Hingley losing 4 positions that time, and Brian Willis getting ahead of Jack Goring. Jack to the back. Said that because it rhymes. So to the top then goes your leader, Kai Hunter. Let's watch him go through this next lap. There we go, Clay Hunter still leading the way by over half a second. Matthew Higgins has Callum Bradshaw right behind and is closing on in. Archie Walker's making up a few positions. He's up into 5th now, and let's make that 4th actually. The number 91 just sneaking on ahead just before the horseshoe. So to the top end, down the main straight we go. Kai Hunter then, still leading. Over half a second is the gap. Archie Walker, like I said, up into 4th. With the pace that he's got at the moment, he could potentially and probably might catch up with Callum Bradshaw in that 3rd position. Give it a few laps, I reckon. Still over 8 minutes to go. Fortunately though, we've lost 3 drivers so far in this race. Guy Cunnington, Matty Hingley and Alexander Baker are the only 3 drivers we have lost. Jack Warren losing another position there, down to 26. Don't forget, he was in the B final, so he's just there for a bit of fun. So to the top then we go, back where our leaders are, and as I said not long ago, Archie Walker is already caught up and is still eating away at those couple of tenths towards our 3rd place man of Callum Bradshaw. 2DS is down the back straight, there you go. So down the main straight we go once again, and our leader, number 2, Kai Hunter, doing pretty well. Now, whilst everything's slowed down a bit, we've got a few things going on. Let's show you what is going on with the Senior Rotax trophies and prizes. Meanwhile, there's yellow flags down at Billy's. That puts Billy's out of play. Right, anyway, to the Senior Rotax trophies and prizes. 13 prizes and trophies up for grabs. Again, given to us by the lovely ladies and gentlemen at JAG Engineering. So, 13th, 12th and 11th, all getting a trophy and a t-shirt. 10th and 9th place will both be getting a trophy and a Rotax tyre bag. That's pretty cool. A little bit of action going at the horseshoe. And a spin and contact from the 27. Getting a bit too close to the tyre of the other driver. You kind of saw that coming from a little mile away. Unfortunately, nothing that the other driver could have done there. Anyway, where were we with the trophy and prizes? I know where. To 8th and 7th place, you're getting a trophy and a backpack. 6th will be getting a trophy and a windbreak coat. So will 5th place. 4th place, trophy, trolley bag and a dry fit t-shirt. Pretty nice for the Senior Rotaxers. 3rd place then. and second place. Both to be getting the trophy, set of Mojo tyres and a t-shirt. And then the first place trophy prize. First place trophy, there it is. First place prize trophy. Short engine, trolley bag and a beanie. I think you might have guessed that, could have guessed that from the juniors, but many thanks to JAG Engineering / Rotax once again. Some amazing prizes, and I would definitely be excited for the beanie if I was out there. Contact one again to Jamie Perrelli out there, the number 40, currently in 11th position. Right then, let's go. We still got 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. So our leader's just going over the line. Archie Walker given a contact warning. He's in third position now. Unfortunately, whilst I've written out the prizes, missed him overtaking at the 25 for Callum Bradshaw. But we all did see it coming. Well, I especially did anyway. And his next target is second position. We can see it. But Kai Hunter's leading by 2 seconds, and that is a reasonable gap at this stage of the race. But with the pace that Archie Walker has, it's possibly not enough. Who knows? We shall find out. Under 3 minutes now. This final coming to the closing stages. So 2 minutes 38, and we've only lost 3 drivers. 1 driver is a lap down. Braden Haig up to 13th. Jack Stedman up a couple of positions, so does Ryan Wills. Willis? Wills? Why do I keep calling him Wills today? If anybody knows him, give him that nickname. Anyway, let's continue on. Kai Hunter still leading the way. And meanwhile, this mid-pack for second has grouped right up. Callum Bradshaw's up into second, Matthew Higgins third, Archie Walker fourth. We would have saw this coming at the end. 1:35. Left on the clock. Let's keep an eye and see where this comes. So down the main straight they come. 3.59 seconds between first and second position. Swapping is fourth and third. Just going into the S's. That's where the 91 is. Archie Walker given a contact warning. I believe that is the second one as well. Through the hairpin. Someone's shooting right off. Managing to keep going though. That is that's the number 5, Matthew Higgins. So he's shot down the order now. That's kind of ruined his race because he was in the contention for second. But through the S's down the back straight, the 91 still leading that pack for third. I have no clue what happened there. So So down the main straight comes Kai Hunter. Still 11 seconds left on the clock, so an extra lap in this race. We all love an extra lap. That's 12, especially in a 15-minute grand final. An extra lap to spice up what's going on out there. Jack Orange just going over the line there. That's his cotton socks. Right, down the main straight we go. And it is the last lap for Kai Hunter. And for the rest of the grid as they slowly come flying on through. That gap is 4 seconds, by the way. No, I'm only joking, it's 3.5 seconds. But if we still have more laps in this one, with the pace that Kai Hunter has had throughout the whole entire of the festival, I think we could have seen bigger, but nevertheless going up to top end and coming down the main straight. Yep, it's your winner, winning by 3.5 seconds. It's the number 2. It is Kai Hunter. Callum Bradshaw 2nd, Archie Walker 3rd, Lewis Gilbert 4th, Magic Camara 5th, Sean Butcher 6th. William Ellswood 7th, Daniel Armstrong at 8th, 9th is Luke Lee Pryor, Matthew Higgins 10th, Jamie Perrelli 11th, number 18 in 12th, and then Brandon Haig in 13th. That's all 13 prizes claimed provisionally for this one. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is that one done, and we're on to our last race of the day. 15 minutes plus a lap. It's a 177 Rotax Grand Final. And then the sad part, the end of the festival. So the final one to go. And we'll be all done just after 5 o'clock as well. That's not bad going. Emma, I shall read out your support once it all gets underway. Hopefully in a few minutes' time. I think the Clay Pigeon internet's going a little haywire now. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the final one today. The 177 Rotax Grand Final. So, Edward Matthews on pole, to the left is Ryan Taylor-Truman, which has some support at home. Good luck to Ryan Taylor-Truman from Barrett's and all at Sony. They got their fingers crossed. There's a lot of support on the YouTube live stream for Ryan Taylor-Truman. Good to see it. Right, let's go to the top. 15 minutes. So, coming down the main straight line, let's get ready. It is not starting yet. So let's try this one again. We'll get the 177s underway. So back up to the top we go. So here we go once again. This time it's the golden. It's the 177 Rotax Grand Final underway. Yellow flags already at Billy's. Couple of drivers into one another. One's shooting well off cross country. Hello, that's the biggest shortcut I've seen. And quite a dangerous one, really, when you're that close. So going up towards the top bend and down the main straight. Let's get your updated order. And who is where? So it's the number 6, Sam Winter, who's leading the way. Then it's Michael Cheek, then down Milner. So whatever happened, unfortunately, happened at the front. Which is a shame for yourself, Emma and Bobby. Dang it. So going on through, Luke Oliver given the contact warning there. But out of nowhere though, through the S's, down the back straight, you see number... Well, actually see the number then. We'll go back again. So around we go. Through to the horseshoe. Down the main straight we go. And the person who's actually leading this one, he's not picking up. The number 2 is actually leading, so whatever's on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream and on Alpha Timing, unfortunately isn't right. I think his transponder may have died. So, still, it's not too bad. A collision at the horseshoe. Driver just managed to get out of the way. Driver pushing the other guy's cart straight off of his cart. That driver's just like, get off me! Driver off just after the S's. It's all show and go. Contacted John Cornell. So first of all, let's get the trophies and prizes out of the way. So we've got 15 minutes to show what's going on, but also tell you what's going to be won. So 7 prizes up for grabs this time. So 7th place will get a trophy and a t-shirt. 6th place also gets a trophy and a t-shirt. 5th place, a trophy and a Rotax tyre bag. 4th place will get a trophy and a sweat jacket. 3rd place, a trophy and a set of Mojo tyres. So yes, you are getting some tyres if you're in the top 3. Well, actually, if you're 2nd or 3rd, because 2nd is getting a trophy, set of Mojo tyres and a t-shirt to go along with them tyres. And then 1st place, once again, a trophy, a grand final ticket, windbreak coat and a beanie. Yes, if you don't know what this one is, it's pretty huge. The grand final ticket is to the finals in Portugal, which is pretty awesome, if I don't say so myself. So at the moment, number 2 is looking quite good for it. So through the S as we go. Sam Winter just holding on to 3rd, I think that would be, with the number 2 not on the list. So still a lot more to go. We've still got just under 10 minutes to go. We'll see how this one pans out in a few moments' time. So flying through the order, Ryan Taylor-Truman down at the back in 18th. Out of the first map incident that happened down there. We got number 53, Chris S. in 11th, Ollie Hancock in 13th, Nick Oliver in 14th, a bit different to where they were earlier on this weekend. Simon Ward in 8th position, the number 68, which isn't too bad. Unfortunately, we have lost a couple of drivers in this one. We've lost 3, Edward Matthews, Joe Hunt and Thomas Hinton. 79, 66 and 33. Just read your comment, Vic. There is a thing in place. I think everybody caught on what was going on before everything happened, so don't worry. We've caught on. So there is a... what I haven't actually told you, JAG Engineering has already had a meeting. So if there is anything like that, there is going to be... they can just withdraw the prizes. Obviously, there's thousands of pounds worth of prizes being given away by JAG Engineering. So, yeah, there is a high chance that those prizes might not be, probably be staying. So, yeah, don't worry. Always safeguards in place, and I'm sure the prizes might go somewhere else, to one of the other drivers, possibly to car 2 and 6. I don't know what they want to do with that one. But yeah, don't worry. There's things in place. Big tyre advantage out in front. They're doing 1 lap in qualifying or half laps. Oh, your thing disappeared. But yeah, you're not wrong. Don't worry. There is things in place. Sophie Drayton, go Sam Winter. Yes, go Sam Winter indeed. That was a bit of an unfortunate start for the pole sitters. Yeah, Adam Haynes, glad I'm not the only one to notice. Yeah, it was in place from this morning, I believe. So the kart club and the officials and JAG Engineering have made sure that the prizes don't go to waste and it actually goes to people who are truly competing. So Rotax Festival is for everyone. Yeah, Tim Herbert. There is JAG Engineering have had a meeting this morning about a bit of unsportsmanlike conduct that's been going on with a specific few drivers. I'm not going to go into detail, but they can withdraw prizes if it is unfair to others that are competing. I didn't mention it, but since the comments have come up and the subjects arisen in the closing stages of the festival, that is what is being spoken about now. Hence why there's a bit of lack of commentary about the actual race itself, because the two front runners have been in that way. I know it's not 100% professional from myself, but it's what I am following. So coming to a closing stage of this one. A few comments coming through on the YouTube live stream. We've been addressing. Nice little chat with some of the people. So there's been a pretty decent weekend so far from most of the classes. Sam Winter's done well to stick around in the third, fourth area. Kart number 2 isn't showing up onto the timing. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a subject to talk about, but I'm afraid what the rules is with what has been agreed up here. Nothing to do with me. So if you think it's unfair, that's up to you. Can I keep the camera on the leaders? I'm happy with the camera angle at the moment, thank you. I know it's not the way to end the Rotax Festival, but yeah. Connor Jet there, it was an agreement with the officials, the circuit staff, the kart club and the sponsor of this race meeting at the start of the day, and it is an agreement. It doesn't have to be in the rules. So just because other places aren't doing it doesn't mean we are not going to follow suit. We like to keep it fair up here, and that's the whole part of karting. I know you can't monitor it all, but unfortunately some things are a bit too blatant. But nevertheless, unfortunately, I'll leave that conversation to your own brains, because that is the end of the Rotax Festival this weekend. And Ben Ballou, you have a perfect point there. Anyone could have done what they'd done, but they chose not to. And there we go. And yeah, it's up to the sponsor of the event, JAG Engineering, to who gets it. Kart number 2 wasn't shown on the list, so he might get it. But you never know, Sam Winter might. But yeah, a bit of a conversation for the end of the festival. But yeah, if you're going to race and do a big event like this with major prizes like it is, be fair. But anyway, I'll leave you all to it. Thank you for watching the Rotax Festival this weekend. If you enjoyed the coverage, hit that like button. And obviously, if you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button. We'll see you all next year if you are just here for the Rotax Festival, but we'll be back next month for the rest of it. Louis Weaver, keep your opinions to yourself. Otherwise, we'll see you all in the next few months.